outside, in their home, not yours. Because when we prevent pests from getting in, we protect health, home, and family. Make your home a Massey home. Schedule your free inspection today at MasseyServices.com. Massey Services. Expect more and get it.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Hey there, homeowners. Russ Rollins here. Are you tired of staring at a cold, unused pool? It's time to make a change. Spring is the perfect time to add solar heat to your pool and enjoy it year-round. Solar Source customers, they enjoy family time, nighttime pool parties, movie nights, birthdays, and even low-impact workouts. Don't let your pool be a monthly expense with no enjoyment. Schedule a free consultation from solarsource.com/monsters. Remember, friends of Russ Rollins save even more money.
Okay, this contract looks good to me. Let me just run it by my lawyer.
Everyone knows that having a good lawyer on hand can be a real game changer, which is why Legal Shield connects you to a vetted law firm in your state for a low monthly fee. Only Legal Shield has been providing this kind of legal peace of mind for over 50 years. Need an experienced set of eyes on that fine print? With Legal Shield, you can say,
let me run it by my lawyer.
Is the dealership giving you a hassle about warranty repairs?
I guess we'll have to talk to our lawyer.
And for that will you've been putting off, you can finally tell your family.
We're good. I had our lawyer take care of it.
Legal Shield isn't AI bots. It's a dedicated group of real lawyers who have your back, no matter what the future brings, all for around the price of those streaming services you don't watch anymore. Sign up at LegalShield.com/radio today. PPLSI does not provide legal representation or advice. See a plan for complete terms.
Hi, this is Earl Ron. I'm the president of New South Window Solutions. What I'd like people to understand about our company is what's unique about us. We manufacture, we install, we guarantee. We go out of our way to make it easy.
Going on now. Save 35% off factory direct windows and doors. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Are you bogged down with constant sneezing, watery eyes, and congestion? Do you get sinus headaches and infections? No one should have to suffer season after season. And thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus, treating your allergies is easier than you think. With personalized treatment plans tailored to your needs and budget, you can say goodbye to allergy and sinus issues for good. Book your appointment today at AspireAllergy.com. Aspire Allergy and Sinus, where relief is just around the corner. AspireAllergy.com.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I've got a leaking...
To leave us a testimonial saying how happy you are with our service, press 1.
But you haven't even...
For all other inquiries, please hang up.
Wait, what?
Hang up and call Frank Gay. We're busy watching the game.
You know what? I think I will.
When you have a leak, you need solutions on your schedule. A helpful expert who can find the problem and fix it fast.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Now is your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. C-H-E-C-K. Check. That's check. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm. Good luck.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Monday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day. And man, do we have a program for you today. We'll get you caught up on what's happening out in the world. Scott will have that with Woke News. 4 o'clock hour at sports with our buddy Brandon Kravitz. We'll talk about the Magic, the Orlando City, the NBA draft coming up, Orlando Pride, Kentucky Derby, a bunch of cool stuff. 5 o'clock hour, we have tickets. Cool stuff to give away. We'll tell you about that in a little bit. Ray Trinley joins us in the 6 o'clock hour. And, of course, we'll do You Heard It Here first. Your calls, texts, and talkbacks, plus 4 opportunities for you to win $1,000. Welcome to the program. I am Jim. To my left, my lovely and very dangerous co-host, Mr. Scott Maxwell.
This is very exciting, Jim. You know, I have gone to great lengths to never actually be in the studio with you at the same time.
Unless
there's bourbon involved.
You are trapped, sir. And, of course, producer Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. Find us on social, Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show. On Twitter, just at Jim Colbert Show, and of course, all day, every day at JimColbertLive.com. That's where you can click through. Check us out on YouTube. Your 3 o'clock keyword is check, C-H-E-C-K. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Check is your 3 o'clock keyword, and we hope you win for sure. How you doing, Scott?
I'm excited.
You are?
It's a big day.
Please tell me you're being truthful, that you're excited to be here.
Why wouldn't I be excited?
Well, because you've never been here. In all the years that I've known you, I've never broadcast with you. I always have to look at a screen and see you sitting in some room with some questionable art in the background.
No, I've been here many times when you're out. When Jack called and said, Jim's going to be gone, I usually say, like, how many states away? And if it's at least Kentucky or further.
Northern Mississippi.
Yeah,
then it's not contiguous.
Then I'll join Jack and Deb is usually how it works.
If we don't share a line with it.
It's got to be at least one time zone or above the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Of course, Scott Maxwell with the Orlando Sentinel, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. He's a columnist and has been there for how many years?
Too long. 26 next week.
26. Gainfully employed.
I do not know any non-iHeart staff who has spent more time on mic, in studio, and out than Scott Maxwell.
Isn't that great? That's true. Absolutely true.
Jack showed me I had a badge at one point in time.
Did you really? That's funny.
Of course, when Jack announced that I was going to be doing the show for 4 hours, one of my best friends quickly responded on Twitter, "That's 5 hours too long." So I know your audience is looking forward.
By the way, Jason Garcia on Twitter or X, that's worth a follow.
Plug him after
that's worth a follow.
Craps all over me.
He's one of the watchdogs in Tallahassee.
Jason is actually one of my best buds and is a very good investigative journalist. He spends a lot of time covering the influence of money in politics.
That's great. You know what's funny is there are a lot of perceptions about newsrooms, but what they used to be, I should say.
Yeah.
And it is funny because in the movies and film and television shows, you guys are really kind of pitched as quite like an alumnus, right? Like quite a group that's like kind of like you see the old movies about everybody gathering around in the newsroom waiting for the story to break. Everybody seemed to be involved, even if you didn't have a syllable of part of that story. Like almost like firemen and cops. Like you kind of perceive teachers. You perceive those work groups of being really tight and respectful of each other. Is that how it was for you?
Absolutely. You know how you see there's a lot of things in the world that they're sort of stereotypes and they really don't bear no resemblance to reality.
Right.
Newsrooms, it's dead on the money. You see all these slovenly dressed people, half drunk with a cigarette with ashes falling out of their mouth.
And somehow they maintain integrity.
Yeah, generally unattractive people, I'm going to say for the most part, with desks with papers piled up to here. That's exactly how a newsroom has been. And I will tell you, they are smart. They are funny. One of the things I loved about being in a newsroom is you could just be typing away something and the guy like 3 desks over would be like, "Well, Senator, I'm just trying to understand how the prostitute ended up in your office." And those conversations are. I had one day, and this is not an exaggeration, where both Jeb Bush and a miniature horse walked through the newsroom. It'd be Carrot Top one day.
So all three have been in this building as well, but not on the same day.
Yeah, not on the same day. That would be too much for everybody to explain. Nobody want to do that.
Yeah, it's fun. It was lightning. Now this is more. I got to be honest. This is more times gone by because everybody works from home now. We still have an office down UCF's downtown campus, but hardly anybody goes in. I don't even go in.
You guys don't have like a set date a month that you guys decide to get together and maybe just kind of kick it at the newsroom just for old time's sake? Did you do that? Almost like an old
every once in a while. They'll still get together for something. I think we went to a Solar Bears game last month, and yeah, we'll get in the newsroom usually when somebody's leaving.
Right. Oh, that's sad. Is there actually a newsroom?
Yeah, no, it is. UCF's downtown campus.
Yes.
Right next to the Marriott, across from the old Bob Carr.
Right.
It's smartly done in coordination with UCF's journalism school.
Oh, very
so
cool.
we are there, but it's a lot smaller. The old newsrooms that you saw were these oceans of cubicles. That's what the Sentinel looked like for 50 years on Orange Avenue.
What is the normal tenure for a columnist at any one given place like this? Is it common for someone to kind of embed themselves into a community the way you have?
Are you asking me, like, when am I going away? It sounds like what you're getting at.
Is it common for someone to embed themselves into a community and stay there for multiple decades? Is that a common thing?
Yeah, I think it used to be more common than it is now. I mean, now it's like rats fleeing a sinking ship.
Sure,
I mean, hedge funds have taken over newspapers. It's ugly. We're still making gobs of money, but they are not putting money into newsrooms. And frankly, most of my friends, like Jason, who we started with, they've left. It's not financially prosperous anymore. And not to sound like a martyr, but most of the people who have stayed because they really believe in it. I'll be honest with you and your listeners. I have not gotten a raise in 5 years.
Yeah.
I've gotten only a pay cut. The only reason I stay, and I could have other gigs. In fact, I got offered one over the weekend.
Did you really?
Yeah, from another paper. But I believe in what we do, and I believe in this community, and I care about it, and we're settled in here.
Yeah, can you do both? Is that? And again, I'm asking this because I don't understand, and the reason I'm asking is I don't know that the audience really understands how it works, how the news business works at that level. Could you not write a piece for the Orlando Sentinel that goes over to Tampa, maybe goes down to Miami and over to Fort Myers, maybe up into Georgia? And does that not work?
Theoretically, I could.
Because they're so local, it's hard to do that?
Yeah, that's one thing I think is I try to write about what I think I know about, and then that's Florida politics.
Sure, yeah.
So, yeah, that'd be an odd. And frankly, a lot of other papers pull my stuff and run it from time to time. It'll run in Miami or the Tampa newspaper, but I don't get paid for that.
Do they have to give you permission for that?
Yes,
They have to ask.
We have what they're called shared use agreements. We'll use their folks' stuff if it's good. They'll use mine.
Very nice.
So,
all right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 3 o'clock keyword is check, CHECK. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000.
Scott, question. I was wondering this Saturday night, I was leaving the Dr. Phillips Center, and whenever I do, the route I go goes by the former Orlando Sentinel building, the one that used to have a giant mural of you where it looked like you were sitting on a toilet.
Yes.
In the window.
I don't hear a question. I hear you mocking me.
Have you met Jeff? Did you guys just meet?
But when you refer to the former Sentinel building, locals may know it as the place where it looks like the next zombie apocalypse movie may be filmed.
Yeah, right.
Here comes the question.
Okay, all right.
Is anything in that building now? It is such a prime piece of real estate, downtown Orlando, and a giant building. What's going on in there?
It was raised.
Yeah, what's in it is like the ghosts of old City Hall reporters.
Really?
Half drunk roaming the hallways. No,
typewriters.
When these hedge funds took over and the other companies, they basically sold the assets out from underneath the paper to take the cash and go put it in other. I think last I heard, it's a South Florida development company that owns it. Why they didn't sell it and redevelop it during the peak of the real estate over the past 5 years, I got no idea. But I can tell you this, that Buddy Dyer and a lot of other city folks are ready for that to be redeveloped because it's a pretty ugly entranceway to. I've actually suggested, you know how they've redeveloped like the Milk District, and it's big. I think it could be the Ink District.
Well,
sort of the history of the newsprint. And
funny enough, I wanted to ask you that, but yeah, they've done that everywhere. Now the Cannery District over there used to be warehouse districts on North 441, which was a straight up ghost town for many years. I was over there this weekend, and I could not believe it because my print shop was there for many years.
Right.
So I drove through there with my mouth agape, just barely able to recognize the landscape compared to when I saw it last. And that is interesting. Do you believe now when the Sentinel was there? I do remember there was a case about the Sentinel when it comes to how the process of printing the paper could have possibly had some pollution issues there. Are you familiar with that at all, or is there a possibility?
You mean how we poisoned the city of Orlando?
Yeah.
Did you guys cover that one or leave it for the weekly?
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys did a little bit with it. Yeah, the plume.
I believe the 3 letters you're looking for are TCE, which is what I think it was a printing chemical byproduct, which also happened to be used by the industry we blamed it on, the dry cleaner.
Oh, yeah.
It was nearby.
I think it's a solvent, right? It's a solvent I think I commonly used, at least part of it, to wash the machines down.
And this did predate me, but I believe like part of our I'm not defense, maybe the wrong word was, we would say, is it the same chemical we use to print approximately 1 billion newspapers? Yes. But is it also the chemical that they use to starch and clean shirts up a block? It may have been. And I think we helped pay for cleanup without admitting blame. This was decades ago. This actually was before me.
I didn't know if that had. Look, here's the thing. I mean, there's downtown Orlando real estate does not stick around very long.
Right.
It gets bought up pretty quick. I mean, the city's doing well, and it's one of the premier spots in Southeast United States. So I just figured something had to be there. But I know that it takes a while for these deals to kind of come about because I know that this what used to be Flea World has been purchased, and now there's basically going to be what is a Baldwin Park is going to be put over there in that Flea World area, in the 110 acres they have there.
And the condo and apartment complexes just north of us, they are fetching premium dollars.
Oh, buddy, listen.
I mean, it's $2,000 for a studio in some of in some of these places.
We know people who rent there. It is absolutely bananas.
Yeah, so I'm surprised it hasn't been redeveloped yet.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text 77031. Scott Maxwell in all day today while Deb is out on vacation celebrating her fiance's birthday. We do have a bunch of stuff to talk about. We went to Judson's Live this weekend. We'll give you an update. Scott, myself, Jack, and our lovely wives all went out this weekend. Jack saw The Fall Guy this weekend.
I did.
So we get an update from that. And I want to ask you, Mr. Real-Time Journalist, how you feel about conspiracy theories. And it actually ties into a piece I think you wrote today. Boeing?
No, some of the news we were going to talk about.
Some of the news we're going to talk about today, for sure. All right, speaking of that, what do you have for us?
Oh, yeah, coming up in the woke news, we have a big launch at the Cape tonight. We got Donald Trump is considering a Florida man for his running mate, you may have heard. And Sunrail is looking at an expansion with a price tag that is so big it'll blow your mind.
All right, we'll do that next with Scott. 407-916-1041. Check is your 3 o'clock keyword, CHECK. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back with Maxwell's News and more of the Jim Colbert Show right after this.
If you're going to give up your personal information to a giant, merciless corporation, might as well listen to something good. So tell Alexa to play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
Authorities are clearing up that earlier accident on Orange Blossom Trail between Oak Ridge Road and Americana Boulevard. There's delays on I-4 eastbound before Champions Gate, through the city on I-4 between Princeton Street and Robinson Street, and delays where Vine Street meets John Young Parkway. If you see any other traffic troubles, please call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Jeff Martin Auctioneers. Jeff Martin Auctioneers is hosting a public auction in Kissimmee on Tuesday, May 7th, featuring construction and farm equipment, trucks, trailers, and more. Bid your way live on site or online at jeffmartinauctioneers.com. Experience the difference. License AU 4483.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, "Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing." Or this one, I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better." Unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Let me tell you a story. I had a client who got injured. He only asked for the insurance company to cover his rent for 3 months. They said no. We ended up getting him $325,000. Just call Mo. Mo Goulet, Orlando's injury attorneys. Prospective client may not obtain the same or similar results.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what do we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-973-3097, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s, but with extremely limited availability. You must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-973-3097. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-973-3097 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-973-3097.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
When you get nachos, tacos, empanadas, spicy queso with jalapenos, Pepto-Bismol's there. Pepto-Bismol provides fast, effective relief from nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, and diarrhea. All the things that can happen unexpectedly on vacation. So before you travel, pack the Pepto. Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hi, everybody. It's Savannah Guthrie here with Hoda Kotb from The Today Show.
You know that saying, you learn something new every day? Well, it is so true.
Yes, every morning on Today, it's those little tips that can help save you time and improve your day.
From the simplest ways to save money right now to incredible kitchen and cleaning hacks that you never knew existed. Just remember,
see it, hear it, learn it on Today.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Every morning, right here on NBC.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman. Instead of talking about how great my law firm is, let's talk about autism awareness. In Central Florida alone, there are thousands of children on the autism spectrum, including my son, Jacob. I'm not asking for a donation, but just a couple seconds of kindness when you see one of our children out in public. It will make a huge difference. If you want or need any information concerning the autism community, contact me at jeff@whenyouneedus.com. Offices, Orlando.
It's brand new, Season 2. I'm Marissa Thalberg.
And I'm Stephen Wolf-Ferreira, and we're excited to be back having bigger, bolder, and always real conversations.
Straight from the C-suite front lines of marketing, media, and more.
We have great friends joining from people you may know, like Wilmer Valderrama and Bobby Burke.
And people you'll want to know. So grab a coffee or, hey, even an Aperol Spritz and come join us on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Open your free iHeart app today and search Brand New.
New South Window Solutions. We manufacture, we install, we guarantee. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Radio now comes with moving pictures. The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Check is your 3 o'clock keyword, CHECK. Slide over to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. That way you can get that money and have yourself a wonderful summer coming up in just a sec. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Jack, and Scott has your news. Let's get it.
And now, it's time for Woke News.
It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole woke.
On the Jim Colbert Show.
All right, I am no Deb Roberts, but I'm going to try to be a poor woman's substitute here.
Every trucker in America is saying that exact thing. This guy is no Deb Roberts.
Tonight is slated to be a big one at the coast when Boeing is set to mark its entry into America's space race with the CST-100 Starliner, which is supposed to launch at 10:34 p.m. tonight, weather permitting. Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams, those are the two astronauts who are slated to be launched, the two brave astronauts who are slated to be launched atop an Atlas V rocket and then spend 8 days. They're going to practice docking and undocking at the International Space Station. Now, as I think you all know, all of this is happening at a time when Boeing has been plagued with bad headlines about what's going on with their traditional aviation division. They've lost wheels, doors,
engines.
Yeah, engines, problems with their traffic control system. Boeing says it's a different game, but if you've followed any of these stories about Boeing's quality control, where longtime staffers and whistleblowers say quality control has taken a backseat to profit chasing, I'm going to say these two astronauts are brave and Godspeed to them.
Yeah. Boeing's, I think Boeing said, quote, can't crash it in zero gravity, dog. Also, I got to tell you, based on the information we're getting about informants in Boeing, I think it's safer to be in their spacecraft than to be whistleblowing on them.
Yeah.
Hey, now.
Didn't we lose two?
Yeah, we've lost two of those guys in the last 6 weeks. I think maybe it's safer far away from Boeing.
Nothing to see here, folks.
Everything's fine.
I just set a reminder. So 10:34 tonight. That should be a nice big launch. You can see beautifully,
for
nice
sure.
and clear.
And it's
dark.
a giant rocket, right? So it's going to make a massive trail.
It should. Anything that's carrying people is usually something you can see. I'll probably have been asleep for 2 hours by that point in time.
Wow. How lame.
But this is a big deal. I mean, you would kind of think Boeing has so much riding on it that everything they would have crossed all their T's and dotted their I's. But man, if you followed some of Boeing, the people who work there are basically, the message they have put out, some of these whistleblowers, is this is not your grandfather's Boeing.
It isn't. It is not your grandfather's Boeing. And I will tell you, the story out of the BBC this morning says that very thing and said that this launch for Boeing could be not necessarily a make or break moment, but could really exacerbate the issues they have going on right now with their airplanes. It could really be bad, or exacerbate, I should say. But but they put a lot of weight on this flight tonight for Boeing.
Yeah,
and I agree with that.
And basically what you would hear from, I think you and I talked about it before the show started, if you want sort of just an entertaining recap of Boeing, John Oliver did a long segment on sort of their culture issues. And basically what you had longtime employees saying is that we used to go over everything with a fine-tooth comb, 10 times, and now the general motto was good enough.
Yeah. Let's make it work.
Let's go.
Make it work.
Until doors started falling off.
That looks like something a welder could help with.
Yep. I hate to steal some of Brandon Kravitz's thunder, but as you know, the biggest sports story actually in Orlando in a while was the Orlando Magic finished one of the team's most exciting season in years. Unfortunately, with a disappointing loss in Game 7 against the Cavs, it ended their season. The Magic looked good throughout the series, and they looked supremely strong in the first half, but then really ultimately collapsed in the fourth quarter. Paolo Banchero scored 38, which is pretty darn good.
It is.
But the Cavs, Donovan Mitchell scored 39. The Magic led by as many as 18 points before losing by 12, which, if you're doing your math, is a 30-point swing.
It is, and there are two players that really didn't step up, Jalen Suggs and Franz Wagner. We're going to talk about that a little bit later with sports, but boy, those guys combined they went 3 for 24.
They struggled.
And in the second half, it was not good.
Former Tar Heel Cole Anthony was hustling out there.
You guys watch?
Yeah.
Highlights, Jack. I don't know. Yeah. I was busy, buddy. I've got a life.
Oh, that's the other thing we did Monday. We watched.
Very good. Yeah. I got a life, fun.
Did you watch, Jack?
I did, yeah, all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, it had the feeling. As soon as that third quarter started going, you just started feeling things.
Oh, I got worried right before the half. At the end of the second quarter, I'm like, uh-oh. And I think most Magic fans were kind of like waiting for that impending doom.
Well, if I have my timing right, like the first half of the season, the third quarter was really where they kept falling apart after having these big leads.
It seems to be the Magic's woe going back for years. And watching this team play in the seventh game, I'm with Jack. A lot of people are like, this is like watching a baby play next to the road. It's just, you hope it doesn't happen, but the inevitable's coming.
Yeah, and you saw some frustrations start to boil over and some fouls and stuff like that. Overall, a good season. This is a team that has not had many winning seasons. In fact, I think one in the past decade before this.
Some interesting stuff happening in free agency. We're going to talk about. This is the second youngest roster in the entire NBA, so a lot happening for the Magic.
Yeah, and for the first time in a while, one of their big bets on a young player with Paolo
pays off.
Seems to be paying off.
We just got to keep him here.
All right. Moving on to politics. Donald Trump has making headlines on two big fronts. The first is where he is still in court facing accusations of illegally using campaign money to pay off porn star Stormy Daniels. Now, the question here, for those who don't know, isn't whether Trump had an affair or even paid to keep her quiet. Both are legal, if unseemly. The question here is whether he used campaign money and didn't disclose it. And one of the things I often explain to my readers is that in American politics, we allow politicians to spend their money on the dirtiest, nastiest stuff they want to. That's all fine. You just have to disclose it.
Right.
You have to be transparent.
Tell us.
Be as nasty as you want, but yeah. And the other big question about that trial is, will Trump stay awake during any of the given
Also, man, I got to tell you, I think the upgrade, making this an election interference case also takes some of these misdemeanors, and if they do make that jump, turn them into felonies. Do they not?
I'm not going to be, I don't know for sure.
Okay,
but yeah, I think there's.
I read that today. I was like, well, this is where, that's why they started using that language, which, Scott, I could not understand when this thing first started. They talked about hush money. And then all of a sudden the narrative started changing a little bit, because I'd even asked the question to my wife. I'm like, why aren't they using this as election interference? Because it clearly was. They were trying to keep two bad stories out of the press, which we know is true. The catch and kill things from the National Enquirer by David Pecker, to keep those away from voters in the 2016 election.
And so for the first part of the trial, it was basically Pecker saying, we've always done what Trump wanted us to do to keep bad stories out of the news. And I said to my wife, that's actually bad for the prosecution, because if they're saying he's always done it, then it means he's not spending the money. But then came Hope Hicks.
Right.
And the rest of, and they said all of these concerns went on steroids specifically because of the campaign. And that's where it looks at least pretty clearly so far like campaign spending.
And then the latest statement, they say, is one of the blockbusters on the record saying, oh my God, what have we done? When he did wind up getting elected, and they thought they were just averting some bad press, because he told them that he didn't want it to be embarrassing for his family. And then after the fact, they saw that, they had actually really kind of, they swung it pretty good, and off we go. I heard that was a relatively powerful statement inside the courtroom.
And I don't know whether any of this changes anybody's mind.
It doesn't. I mean, it's really all. I don't believe not one voter who really is already tuned into voting for Donald Trump is going to change their mind at all.
I would say the biggest impact is that now we have the Supreme Court going to handle questions of whether a president can be convicted of committing crimes. I'm going to submit that anybody who wants to live in a country with any accountability does want to have.
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to do anything.
Right.
Whether he did this or not, separate. The question going before them is whether a president can be held accountable. And yes, I think
for crimes committed outside the scope of their job. That's the other big thing, is trying to prove if those crimes were committed in the scope of his presidency. And already Amy Coney Barrett has proven that 3 or 4 of these charges do not lie within that. So even on the outskirts of some of them lying outside of it, they already know that there are some that definitely do not get protection either way. So it's going to be very interesting. I mean, we got a long way to watch this guy in court, unfortunately.
But I think I don't even think that debate is really all that complicated. If you take a step back and ask yourself, did George Washington, Hamilton, Burr, were they thinking that, you know what, we should set up a system here where the president cannot be held accountable for breaking the laws of this country?
Yeah, there's not a chance. It's not been used like that before. No. I mean, no language has ever been used in the Supreme Court like this to decide arguments of this nature before. We've never had a candidate like this before.
All right, so the other news, the big Trump news, is who he will pick as his running mate. As I think you all discussed before, South Dakota's Kristi Noem was a popular choice until she wrote a book that described taking out her own dog. That didn't go over so well. Now among the questions are people like Marco Rubio, maybe even Ron DeSantis, two Florida men. The hitch here is a constitutional debate over whether a president and vice president can come from the same state. But there's nothing that says a running mate can't move. And the interesting news over the weekend was that on Fox News Sunday, Rubio, whom you may remember Trump dogged as Little Marco back when they were opponents with each other, was asked if he would move out of Florida so that he could serve as a running mate for Trump. And Rubio refused to answer the question.
Really? I haven't heard that.
Yes, he was asked directly, would you move? Here is the direct response from Rubio. Keep in mind, once again, the question was, would you move to be the running mate? The answer was, I think that before anyone decides to move from their state, you better make sure you move to a state where there's not some DA that makes a career going after Republicans. That's a lot of words that does not answer the question.
That's what they do.
So, so now there's more speculation, and that leads into, I don't know if this is typical, but I'm going to throw a little trivia. We're going to play some gambling game in the middle of it.
I like this.
I like gambling.
All right. So after all of this happened this weekend, the odds changed. You all may know that there's betting on American politics, particularly abroad.
No.
So I'm going to give you an example. Marco Rubio's odds greatly increased as being the pick. To give you a perspective, he previously was a 300-1 underdog.
Really? Who had him at 300-1?
This is all from Bet Online AG.
Okay.
This is all. He was out of the picture months ago. What do you think Rubio's odds moved to as of this morning?
5-1.
Oh, 50-1.
Split, but go a lot closer to Jim. 8-1.
Yeah.
8-1. And I wanted to give you a few others, and you tell me what you think their odds are according to. And I would say this is all silly, but these guys have their money on it. So I mean, they consider
their names are being mentioned for a reason.
Yeah. So these guys who set these odds, they think they're real. I'll give you a name. What do you think Kristi Noem's at now?
Oh, it's got to be low now. The problem is the funny thing is, not only did she shoot her dog, she shot herself in the foot. She's never going to be able to get. And look, for the record, let me say this real quick, because we haven't talked about the Kristi Noem thing a lot. I think a lot of people in populous areas are aghast by this. Let me help you out a little bit. People in rural areas are not aghast by this. This is not going to affect rural voters at all. It does not like that. I know people in the city, people who live in suburbs who grew up with Fluffy. That's great. You love your dog, and that's wonderful. In the rural areas of the country, and there are plenty of them, animals do not hold that same exact thing. Some of them are working animals, and they're able to do that. I'm telling you.
She shot a dog a little over a year old, said it was untrainable.
I understand that.
Daryl Payne has told us no dog is untrainable.
I understand that too. I'm just saying it doesn't have that as much impact as the media is giving it when it comes to national attention. Now, it'll definitely cost you the vice presidency. I'd say Kristi Noem is now at 50-1.
Oh, that was mine. All right, I'll go 30-1.
Oh, Jack gets that one. 33-1, Kristi Noem. So she is still in the picture. Now, to give you an idea of who the company at 33-1 is.
Okay.
That is Kristi Noem. That is Ron DeSantis.
Really? He's that low?
That is Mike Flynn, if you hadn't heard that name in a while. And wait for it. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
No, he's
not even a Republican.
No, he's not even. He's running as an Indy, and I can't. Is Doug Burgum in there?
Doug Burgum, Jim, is the favorite. He and Tim Scott are both favorites at. What do you think?
Well, it's got to be 2 or 3-1, and Burgum is a businessman, and I know that Trump likes that about him. Burgum came out and said a bunch of stuff that Trump liked during the debates.
I'll say 3-1.
It's 4. Because you got to remember that the whole world is open, so the favorite's going to be 4 or 5-1.
But but the thing is, with this particular Republican Party, it has to be narrowed down to a certain kind of Republican. It can't just be a normal Republican. It has to be a certain kind of Republican that fits that bill. So I think that narrows it down even greater to me.
You are, like, for instance, are not seeing names that were on there being discussed months ago.
Carrie Lake is gone. She's done.
Just to give you a round out.
They can't even stand her in Arizona anymore.
That's right. Just to get, understandably, the favorites, you've got Doug Burgum and Tim Scott at both at 4-1. JD Vance at 5-1. Rubio at 8-1, making a big thing. Tulsi Gabbard at 9-1. That's not happening. Ben Carson. I don't know who's talking about Ben Carson anymore.
Nobody should be.
At 11-1, and Elise Stefanik at 12-1. So anyway,
at first I thought it was a woman because Kristi Noem, because she's attractive and Trump likes being around attractive women. If you look at his history, he loves being flanked by attractive women. Look at his attorneys. I mean, he likes attractive women, and she's not a bad-looking woman. But if I had to put my money on any one person, it's Tim Scott. Tim Scott's going to be your guy. For the record,
I think that's not a bad guess. If some reason, and the other laughable, or I shouldn't say I'll say laughable. Name on there at 50-1 is Tucker Carlson as a running mate. And Field, if you don't like any of those names, Jim, you can take the Field, which is everybody we have not mentioned, and that's an 8-1.
Yeah, there you go.
So now Jack's interested.
Ron DeSantis must be feeling great after his meeting, though. Yeah. All that meeting to travel down there to be at way worse odds than just a rando.
Than you and me.
Right.
Yeah, we have better odds than Ron DeSantis does at 33. So... All right. Do you want to keep going with some more news, though? We got time for that?
Yeah, we got one more.
All right. So let's see. I wanted to talk about, on the global front. Yeah, on a serious note, we're looking at another potential escalation in Gaza as the Israeli army ordered some 100,000 Palestinians Monday to begin evacuating from the southern city of Rafah as they prepare for an attack, a ground invasion. And this is a place where many Palestinians have been seeking shelter.
Yeah, they fled to this place.
Yeah, so the United Nations has raised objections. This comes as Israel is facing increasing scrutiny about the weapons and the tactics to deploy. And keep in mind, the latest count, I think these numbers start to blur together, is a number of civilians who have been killed. Civilians is 34,000, the vast majority women and children in the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, he also just shut down Al Jazeera in Israel. And if I remember right, there was an announcement right before we came on the air that Hamas was saying that they had reached a ceasefire, to which Israel responded, I don't know what you're talking about. So there's all kinds of fun stuff going into that.
Doesn't sound like a ceasefire if you have one half of the party saying we're not familiar with that.
You need all people that have guns in a ceasefire to understand what that is.
And a little, just to tail into that one, I wanted to mention at UCF this weekend, students protested the deaths of civilians over there, and the chaos and police presence that was required by the students' action was non-existent. And I'm mainly sharing this story because of something we talked about last week, that this is actually what's happening on most college campuses. Students are getting together and they're protesting deaths. That is not what's getting a lot of the coverage out there. It's the really extreme actions. But over at UCF, there were about, I think, 200 people, and they basically said they were calling for peace and divestment. And administration.
Well, the cops are stomping through those encampments today, boy. I'm telling you, it is like Godzilla out there in a number of campuses too. So
yeah.
Well, thanks, buddy. Good job.
Oh, phew.
All right, man. You did fine. All right, 407-916.
I got more when we get.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Don't forget, check is your 3 o'clock keyword, CHECK. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio is Real Music Weekends. Real Music Weekends this weekend on Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Here's your midday weather update. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, and today we'll see a high of 90 degrees. A chance for a couple of late-day downpours, maybe a thunderstorm, especially near the I-75 corridor. This is the beginning of a big warming trend. We'll be into the mid-90s for Wednesday, and then by Thursday, mid and upper 90s, flirting with the record high of 98 set back in 1915. So, yeah, it's going to be hot. This weekend, we got some storms on the way, cooling down into the 80s for Mother's Day weekend. For the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to spring into deals at Lowe's. Get 3 19.3-ounce vegetable and herbs body plants for $10. Lowe's knows spring. Offer valid through 5/15, in-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location, excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last.
It's time to get you that new bathroom that you've been dreaming of for so long. My friends over at Rebath of Mid-Florida can do that for you. How about this? They do it in just 4 to 6 days. That's not weeks. That's not months. It's days. They do it with their employees. That means no subcontractors. You'll see the same team on the job until it's done. And when it's done, when they walk out, they'll hang you a lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. That's unheard of in the construction business. Something else that's unheard of, $800 in free upgrades. That's exactly what you'll get if you tell them that you heard about these guys from the Jim Colbert Show. Also, what you're going to get is an amazing looking bathroom with everything you want, multiple choices of toilets and tubs and sinks and tiles and lighting and cabinetry. It's all right there. You help design it with their design team and come up with a beautiful bathroom that you're going to love for many, many years. Log on to the website, man. That's easy. RebathMidFLA.com. Look at the before and afters, what they've actually done for people. That should convince you to book your appointment. And when you do, be sure to tell them you heard about them from the Jim Colbert Show and get those $800 in upgrades. Apply it how you will. They're ready for you now. It's RebathMidFLA.com.
Okay, this contract looks good to me. Let me just run it by my lawyer.
Everyone knows that having a good lawyer on hand can be a real game changer, which is why Legal Shield connects you to a vetted law firm in your state for a low monthly fee. Only Legal Shield has been providing this kind of legal peace of mind for over 50 years. Need an experienced set of eyes on that fine print? With Legal Shield, you can say,
let me run it by my lawyer.
Is the dealership giving you a hassle about warranty repairs?
I guess we'll have to talk to our lawyer.
And for that will you've been putting off, you can finally tell your family.
We're good. I had our lawyer take care of it.
Legal Shield isn't AI bots. It's a dedicated group of real lawyers who have your back, no matter what the future brings, all for around the price of those streaming services you don't watch anymore. Sign up at LegalShield.com/radio today. PPLSI does not provide legal representation or advice. See a plan for complete terms.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Do you think a tiny chip in your windshield is nothing to worry about? I'm Pascal with SafeLight. Sooner or later, every chip will crack. So don't wait. Schedule at safelight.com. We can come to you for free and repair that chip fast. And with most insurance, a chip repair is no cost to you. Don't let that tiny chip crack your whole windshield. Go to safelight.com for free mobile service. Conditions may apply.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
I love playing pranks on my sister, and this deal going on at McDonald's is my chance to take the lead. Enjoy any 2 items for $3.79. From the iconic McDouble, the McChicken, a 4-piece chicken McNuggets, small fries, to even a small soft drink. I'm gonna pair my McDouble with her small fries, but secretly pull her fries out of the bag. She won't even notice. Hey, where'd the fries go? Sounds like my prank just got fried. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
Not to brag, but I've been crushing it lately. And all credit goes to frozen drinks from McDonald's. Clean my apartment while crushing an ice-cold Oreo frappe. Love that chocolate flavor. Hint of coffee and Oreo cookie pieces. Crush work in overtime thanks to a drizzly caramel frappe. Even fix my own car while crushing a creamy mocha frappe. Start crushing it yourself with a delicious, refreshing frappe from Mickey D's. There are drinks. Then there are drinks from McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. At participating McDonald's for a limited time, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group used under license.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cuts, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
The elites want more control through digital currencies in a cashless society. This is Stephen K. Bannon, and I believe gold is the answer to safeguard your wealth, especially if you own your gold inside of a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting SHELTER to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. So text SHELTER to the number 989898 to claim your free info kit today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Jim Colbert here for FAS Windows and Doors. Are your energy costs through the roof? Well, it's time to replace your single-pane aluminum windows with the most energy-efficient option available. Keep the heat outside during the summer and inside during the winter. Too much outside noise getting in? Considering replacing older windows and doors with laminated insulated glass, providing as much as 100% improvement. Keep that noise outside where it belongs. Offering rebates of $100 per window and $200 per door. Also offering 24-month, no money down, no payment, no interest financing. For a completely free in-home consultation, call FAS or visit them online. Trust the leader, FAS.com.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people. Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
Not to put it out into the universe, but I will say it anyways. So if the rocket blows up, we can assume they were whistleblowers?
Oh, ho, ho! Ho, ho! Coming in strong. We're going to talk a little conspiracy theory with you a little bit later, buddy. I wonder how actual journalists think about conspiracy theories, and, you know, because some of the best ones, do have a tinge of truth to it. Maybe a location, a place, a time, some names that are connected with the story. You know, Kennedy's assassination has a lot of that. A lot of things that are accurate, but just enough of it that isn't, that makes it just, what? And I think this Boeing stuff has a little of that. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Scott Maxwell in today. Thanks again, buddy. We appreciate it.
Good to be here.
I know you work hard. And Jack is here as well.
Yep.
So this past weekend, the three of us, and if you check out our Instagram, my Instagram, is it on the Jim Colbert
Jim
Instagram?
Colbert Live Instagram.
I'm still laughing. Jim said, Scott's here. We know you work hard. Also, Jack's with us.
Yeah. Jack works hard as well.
Yeah, no.
I know you get up early, buddy. I mean, I know you're up at 4:30, and I know deep days are difficult.
All right, yeah. But when it comes to transitions to me, I'm taking that one as a win. That's a win from Jim.
Stop. I've got receipts. I tell him what a good job he does all the time.
All right, fair enough.
I don't really, but so we went to Judson's Live this weekend.
We did.
And Judson's Live, if you do not know, is the new music. I like to call it a listening room. It is designed specifically to hear live music and to serve you high-level bourbons and tasty little bites. And it does a great job at all three of those. We were there this weekend for the guests that we gave tickets away to all weekend long. It was a duo. And both of these guys have worked with some really big names. The young lady who sang was a backup singer for Rod Stewart for many years.
Lucy Woodward.
Yeah, Lucy Woodward. And the piano player,
Henry Hay.
He has worked with some pretty big names as well, you know, off and on as like a session piano player, some of the big names. And, you know, here's the thing. Because you're not familiar with their original music, they did do some covers and did, some unique takes on that. But I have to tell you, it was really nice just getting together with you guys and having a couple drinks and just kind of being in the same room together, which rarely ever happens.
It was, and I think I enjoyed the company, and I think the venue is
special,
is really cool, and one that most people don't know about yet.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
My wife and I went there once before on one of the opening weekends. And I feel like it's something you would see in New York, or you might expect in New York. The interior design is first rate,
fabulous.
It's got a nice atmosphere. It's a little dark.
Yeah,
it's how you want it. The acoustics are great.
I don't know if you guys got this sign. You know what the cool thing is when you hear people talking about a room like this, it sounds extremely pretentious. Does it not?
Yeah. Oh,
Like
listening room.
Yeah, that's right. It sounds very pretentious. The one thing I did recognize. This is my first show. I went there for the pre. To taste some cocktails they were going to have and some food. We were not there for a show. I just haven't had the time to make it. This is the first actual show. And I will tell you, it was not even remotely pretentious. It was very, very accepting and, to be honest with you, a lot of fun. Like, I had a great time. And by the way, the strawberry margarita is damn good. I know, because I had 5 or 3. What?
It's great. It's a beautiful room. Jimmy, I thought you really you hit the nail on the head that night when you said it looks like the set of the Tonight Show. It's just,
it does.
Really blue curtain, but just all that woodwork and the lighting. And there's this giant mirror over the bar where it kind of reflects back on the whole room. It just really nice setup. The sound was great. It was just a piano player and singer, and I thought their performance was great.
And if you like, as you said, if you like bourbon, they have like 3 long shelves of booze, and one of them I think is entirely bourbon and
Oh, yeah,
whiskey.
yeah.
And
That's-
we actually tried a lot of different stuff. By the way, I learned Saturday night I don't want to get between your wife and a glass of champagne.
You do not want to do that.
That
No,
was
no.
at one point in time she had both hands occupied.
Well, one of our cocktails took a few minutes to come out, so for a thank you for waiting, they sent out two glasses
is that what
of
it was?
champagne.
Okay.
And Chef Jason's killing it, by the way. Not only did we get the normal stuff, the pork belly. What else do we have there? The pork belly. You guys had the slider.
We had a slider, yeah. It was
Absolutely
good.
fantastic. We had the tuna tartare, but I will tell you what he sent out that they haven't even added to the menu yet. And I'll go and blow it up. I mean, he can get me mad, but man, they have it's a crab dip. It's like a crab rangoon dip. So imagine the insides of a crab rangoon in that fried shell as a dip. So the crab rangoon with that sweet sour chili on top and some fried little
He likes
wontons.
heat too, that chef.
Oh,
I
yeah,
could
man,
tell.
I love it.
Even the chips we had were spicy.
Yeah, great experience. If you get a chance, go to drphillips.com or .org and find yourself a show at Judson's and go over and check it out. I mean, the cool thing is they have them all week long. You don't have to go on a Friday and Saturday night. You can go on a Thursday night, and they have everything from jazz to country.
They are also starting Sunday brunches.
Yes, they are.
And there's one coming up I wish we're going to be out of town for, New Orleans Jazz Brunch.
Yeah,
I think would be a lot of fun.
Love it.
But,
And you're right, that would be great. But, I mean, it is wonderful. I mean, the sound is impeccable, so I think you'll love it. So, again, we appreciate their invite. It was very nice, and we enjoyed it, and we will be back.
Outstanding.
All right, and then Jack this weekend, he sat down because we were talking about it because my wife and I had planned to go out yesterday to see this. We did not get a chance to do that because some other things we had going on, but you went to see Fall Guy, which is that new movie with Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt.
Correct. Yes, and it was the top movie this weekend, but I come to find out it made about $28 million, but it cost over $200 to make. I guess that's what movies cost nowadays.
Oh, here comes old Dad Jack.
Well, you know what the funny thing is, Jack? I've always heard that a large portion of any movie's budget is marketing and promotion, which now you do online. And hope it goes viral.
So we went opening night. It just happened to be I mentioned we have Movie Pass, so once a month we like going to the movies, and this happened to be the movie we wanted to see out of what was available this weekend. Got in there, no problem. Those big kickback, comfortable seats at the Winter Park Regal. Lovely time, but it was fun. I watched the show when I was a kid. Now that is the
I did too. Oh, yeah.
Fall Guy in the 80s because. Well, my first favorite show of all time was The $6 Million Man. That starred Lee Majors.
Same guy, yeah.
After that, Lee Majors went on to do The Fall Guy in the 80s. You know, it was a television drama, action drama,
using an old Hollywood star and a fresh new blonde with giant boobs.
Yeah.
Heather Thomas.
Heather Thomas and Marky Post, I think, was on it as well. But so I was a little familiar with the premise. And then the movie comes out with, Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt. And it was fun.
That's what I heard. It's just fun.
It's stunts. It's filled with a lot of stunts. It's kind of an ode to stuntmen. And, Ryan Reynolds just finds his character. I'm sorry, Ryan Gosling. He's funny. He's likable, but, and cool all at the same time.
I don't like him.
Yeah,
he takes off his shirt, and I feel inadequate.
He's ripped
with it on. I feel inadequate.
Yeah. He's ripped, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it,
and it's got 87% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Does it really? That's good. Yeah, he's a very affable, likable guy. He really is. A little quiet. He really protects his family life and his wife, which is cool. Got a lot of women points. Not that he needed them, but he got a lot of girl points when at the Oscars he wore the chain that said Eve, because he's married to Eve Mendez. That's what it is, right? Yeah.
I did not know that.
He's married to Eva Mendez.
At the Oscar he killed it when he sang his Ken song live. It just crushed.
He's a monster. He's a monster entertainer. Started right here in Orlando.
But I imagine Emily Blunt was glad to do a movie where she got to speak after a couple of Quiet Places.
A couple of that. And she's just a phenomenal actress. Also, she was in Oppenheimer as well, played the wife of J. Robert Oppenheimer. but she's just a fantastic actress. It was great in this as well, wife of John Krasinski.
Yeah, I was going to say, they may be the biggest power couple in Hollywood right now, Krasinski and Emily Blunt, because, I mean, between the movies they have, I mean, both those two Quiet movies did quite well.
And he's got a new one coming out with the other Ryan Reynolds.
Exactly.
Yeah,
These guys are crushing it. And one of the reasons why is Krasinski is so connected to all that new bro star power that's out there, like him, Paul Rudd, all those guys are like really good friends and have been for years. So they're able to get each other in their projects. And that's who people want to see. They want to see those people interacting.
It's Jim from The Office.
I know, that's the other thing. And he was, what's the...
Jack Ryan.
Yes, you know, like, you wouldn't have thought he could have made that transition.
No, but he hit the gym. Much like Ryan Gosling.
Sons of bitches.
Yeah, all these guys, all these youngsters with flat bellies, buddy.
You know what they're not doing? Having 4 burger sliders at Judson's.
They're not having fun is what they're not doing, Scott.
Yeah, they look miserable.
I tell you what, you stay on that red carpet, I'll have the strawberry margarita. How's that?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, thank you, Texter, for bringing it up. Real Mobile 77031. Stayed for the credits because I figured they would show some behind the scenes to give more credit to the stunt community. But there is an ending scene after the credits, which is worth staying for, especially if you are of a certain age.
Very cool.
I'll leave it there.
Very nice. Also, I saw the premiere where the stunt guys were doing all the stuff coming onto the stage. Did you see that?
No.
Where they were jumping from opera box to opera box at that theater. It'd be like at Dr. Phillips. Imagine them starting at that top opera box and literally jumping from one to the next and then jumping onto the stage from the opera box as an intro, and then they were all dressed like Ryan Gosling. They came out. There's like 6 or 7 of them or whatever, and he was just paying homage, like you were saying.
What's neat is when you watch a movie and you see the amazing stunts, in any action movie, you're supposed to believe that is Tom Cruise, that is Matthew McConaughey doing these things, and, to be in the story. But this one, I mean, the whole movie is very meta because it's all about itself.
Right.
But you are seeing the building of the stunts and the execution of it, which kind of just even gives you more appreciation for what these guys go through. They even made the comment about someone's like, so do, stunt guys get Oscars? And it's pointing out that, nope.
They do not.
Still ignored by the Academy.
Okay, so there was a run of movies like this in the 70s and the late 70s and early 80s, and it was manned by none other than Burt Reynolds. Burt Reynolds did a movie called Hooper.
Yeah.
And it was with Jan Michael Vincent and a couple other old guys who were old Hollywood guys. And it was all about the Hollywood stuntmen. And Hooper was like the big Hollywood stuntman. And it's actually a damn good movie. And the whole thing was he had to keep his dream alive. He had to do this one stunt that could kill him or, put him in the hospital and blah, 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 blah. And it was really good, but they paid an homage to their stunt guys. There's another movie with Reynolds called Sharky's Machine.
I've seen that.
Where there was one of the all-time stunt guys was in that movie who played the albino guy, the bad guy. And like all of those movies were homages to the world of Hollywood stunts. So if you want to check out another era of that, you can go back and see those 2 movies, which are damn good and fun to watch as well.
Yeah, it's probably not going to win an Oscar, for acting, directing, or for script, but it was definitely a fun ride.
Very good.
But for blowing mess up, it might be a top contender.
Let's go.
407-916-1041. Don't forget, we will have another keyword for you coming up in just a few minutes. On the other side, those 2 teens that dumped all that trash, well, they turned themselves in. They dumped it out of the boat. Remember that story? But there's not a twist to this, but I do have a take on this. I think would work a lot better than what they have planned for punishment. We'll do that next.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills Air.
Watch out for slowdowns on Florida's Turnpike southbound between the Greenway and Osceola Parkway, and authorities are clearing up that accident off to the shoulder now on State Road 408 westbound at Chickasaw Trail. And watch out for bumper-to-bumper traffic due to an accident on I-4 westbound near the beach line. Traffic is backed up from Sand Lake Road. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Jeff Martin Auctioneers. Jeff Martin Auctioneers is hosting a public auction in Kissimmee on Tuesday, May 7th, featuring construction and farm equipment, trucks, trailers, and more. Bid your way live on site or online at jeffmartinauctioneers.com. Experience the difference. License AU 4483.
Are you ready to put some cash in your pocket? Because Real Radio is giving you a chance to win $1,000 by putting $1,000 in your hand. You know the deal with our national contest. We'll give you a keyword at the top of every hour from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And all you have to do is enter it on our website at realradio.fm for your chance to win. With 13 chances every weekday, you'll have plenty of opportunities to win $1,000 in your hand. But there is a catch, because there's always a catch. Right. If you get a call, you need to answer your phone. That's right. The key to winning is picking up your phone when we call. So don't send us to voicemail. This contest brought to you locally by Mills Air.
Mills Air, been in business since 1992. That's over 30 years. Carrier factory authorized dealer. Rebates up to $1,275 for brand new Carrier units. Turn to the experts. Carrier. And you can always turn to the experts at millsair.com.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I'm concerned about my water heater.
If your concern is of a serious nature, press 1. If it's more of a frivolous matter, press 2.
Doesn't even make sense.
Just press 1 or 2.
Fine.
Fine. What are you so concerned about?
My water heater's like 15 years old, and I'm worried it might...
Oh, this is exciting. Has it burst yet?
Well, no, but...
Only a matter of time. Hey, everyone, 15-year-old water heater, place your bets.
Are you laying odds on when my tank will fail?
Have to make this call interesting somehow.
This would never happen at Frank Gay.
True enough. So, $10 buy-in. What's your guess?
Guess I should have called Frank Gay.
When you need a new water heater, it's no time to gamble. You want your problem fixed fast before it turns into a bigger one. That's the Frank Gay way.
I've got a side bet he'll hang up and call Frank Gay in 3, 2, I win! That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Hey everybody, it's Savannah and Hoda from the Today Show.
From the simplest ways to save money to incredible hacks you never knew existed. Just remember,
see it, hear it, learn it on Today.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Every morning on NBC.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Are you bogged down with constant sneezing, watery eyes, and congestion? Do you get sinus headaches and infections? No one should have to suffer season after season. And thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus, treating your allergies is easier than you think. With personalized treatment plans tailored to your needs and budget, you can say goodbye to allergy and sinus issues for good. Book your appointment today at AspireAllergy.com. Aspire Allergy and Sinus, where relief is just around the corner. AspireAllergy.com.
The elites want more control through digital currencies in a cashless society. This is Stephen K. Bannon, and I believe gold is the answer to safeguard your wealth, especially if you own your gold inside of a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting SHELTER to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. So text SHELTER to the number 989898 to claim your free info kit today.
Message and data rates may apply.
It's time for the Great Haircut Sale at your local Great Clips salon. Your chance to get a great haircut at an even greater price, just $8.99. And money's not all you'll save at Great Clips. When you use online check-in, you can save time too. So download our app today and hurry in for the $8.99 Great Haircut Sale at Great Clips. It's gonna be great. for a limited time at participating salons.
The $8.99 Great Haircut Sale runs May 3rd through May 10th.
Visit our Orlando, Daytona Beach, and Ocala area salons.
Save time and money with the PVC Fence in a Box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need for an average backyard of 120 feet starting at $22.60. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License number C10252 and C10803.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
This earful of real radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com.
Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, CASH, C-A-S-H, CASH. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm and answer your phone if you get the call. Good luck.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Cash, C-A-S-H, that is your 4 o'clock keyword. Cash, go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Remember, if you're playing the game, you got to keep your phone near, keep it on, and then when it rings, you have to answer it. Even if you do not recognize that number, guys, you got to pick your phone up if you're playing the game. That's how they tell you you've won.
I heard from a winner that said their phone said private caller.
There you go. I'm your private caller.
Those are the ones I rush to answer.
Oh, yeah, very good. Right, exactly. All right. Again, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. I am Jim. Scott Maxwell's here today. Thanks, Scott. And Jack is as well. All right. So these kids turn themselves in, and kids is the driver of the boat, the trash boat. This is 15 and 16-year-old were seen off the coast of Boca dumping trash into the ocean. It has created a national fervor for blood for these kids, because not only did they dump the trash, Scott, they held the can up over their head as if it was a trophy, like they had really accomplished something by emptying trash into the ocean, and then tried to defend that by saying there's trash everywhere in Florida.
Oh, well, that's
I think
true.
that was one of the statements. Now, what they're looking at is this. This is a 15-year-old and a 16-year-old, one from Gulfstream, the other from Boynton Beach. They're charged with 1 count each of causing pollution as to harm or injure human health or welfare, animal, plant, or aquatic life or property. That's a whole bunch. What they're looking at is third-degree felonies, carrying a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison and $50,000 in fines if they're convicted. Now, I mean, here's the thing. They're going to get convicted because we have them on video doing it. I mean, they committed the crime. They've admitted so. They turned themselves in. All right, so they've been arrested. They are minors. In my world, these guys are entitled little douchebags who are daddy's money kind of guys. Because, by the way, that's a 15 and 16-year-old. That boat's got to be, boat people, look at that thing. That's got to be $250,000 or better, right?
That thing is gorgeous.
Yeah,
that boat.
I mean, it's got to be a 28 to 30-foot boat with 3 engines. They look like Mercury Black Maxes, 250s. Those motors alone are anywhere from, 20 to 30K a piece, depending on what year. Then the boat, I'm guessing that boat, depending on the year, is anywhere between $185,000 and $220,000. You know, when you're daddy's daddy boy, and you got daddy's boat out there being daddy, and you're out there fooling around trying to impress all your friends, you know, because you're daddy's boat.
Keep saying daddy.
Oh, it drives me crazy.
Daddy.
Because the thing is, I know these people. I know who these kids are. Yeah, when I was a parent, my kids were around kids who were just like this. Little entitled douchebags who had never been told no their entire life. Here's what I say. No fines. Matter of fact, I think you should cut fines out completely across the board. Fines are easy. That is the easiest way out of any crime. Do you think somebody who can afford a boat like that looks at a $20,000 or $15,000 penalty like it's a real penalty? No. They're going to write that to keep your stupid kid out of jail and keep a felony off his record. That is a piss-ant amount of money for anybody that can afford, on a whim, a $200,000 boat. I'll just inform you, it's nothing for these people to pay fines like that. Take that out of play. No fines anymore. No paying your way out of being dumb and disrespectful and idiotic. No more. Work is the answer. Work. These bitches should be on the beach every morning from now until July 4th, picking up and stabbing trash. And they should be marked accordingly. Nice jumpsuits that say, guess what? I'm an entitled daddy douchebag. Stick it in the point, put it in the bag, empty it in the trash for a month minimum. That's what they should be doing. Minimum. If I was a judge, it'd be all summer. Every effing day out there with a thing, stabbing trash and putting it in a bag. No felonies. You don't get a charge. This is your charge. When you're done, you hand me your pole with your nail at the end of it, and you hand me your jumpsuit, and you move on with your life. That's it. No more fines. But I think 3 months in the searing heat on the beach, stabbing trash should do it. Not daddy writing a check for you, you bitch. Sorry, I'm done. Go ahead.
It'll be both.
I want to know when the Jim Colbert judicial campaign is getting underway, because I would like Jim Colbert for judge. And, you know, I will tell you, I sort of agree with and disagree with one part. One part, I don't get quite as angry as these kids, because I always think back to when I was 15 years old, and I cannot imagine these stupid
I'd have been on the beach.
Stupid stuff.
I would have had a collection of those jumpsuits. I get it.
You're right. So, but I absolutely agree. The only way to change that behavior, is community service.
You have to impact their life, Scott. You have to impact it more than having your dad write a check,
and also
more than you spending a little time behind bars. It doesn't matter there either.
Fines are also inherently unfair.
Yes.
Because somebody who has a lot of money can pay them with ease. Somebody who doesn't have a lot of money, they may end up in jail over it.
Is your anger increased because these are people of means?
Yes. Yeah, because they should know better. And by the way, somebody says that boat's at least $500,000.
Yeah.
So you're out there tooling around in a $500,000 boat, treating the planet, treating your community, treating the beach, the people who go to the beach. Like I don't understand that. There's no lesson learned writing a check.
I understand, but in a hypothetical world, let's say you grew up of means, do you believe you would have the same attitude?
I would, buddy.
I
would. I mean, again, I grew up humbly. We weren't dirt poor, but we didn't have a whole bunch. You know, and you just don't like seeing people be disrespectful and then just be arrogant about it. It's so bad.
There is a level of that. And the one thing that really annoyed me, the first apology was a quasi-apology. I was on the front of the boat. I did not know what was going on. And that is the biggest load of crap, because I just watched the video for the first time. Yeah, there is a kid, driving the boat, right?
Yeah.
And they are dumping boat off the back. You don't put two trash cans
Where are you going with
of beer bottles and party, evidence on the boat without the plan to get rid of it on the boat.
That was the intention.
And then when he was coming back, the guy up front was pumping his fist.
Oh my God!
So would they have a drone? Someone follow him with a drone? How'd they get this? It's beautiful video.
It looks like it's just another boat. I think this was Boca Bash, where they're just like a gazillion boats out there. You know, now the more I think about it, Jim, the one other thing I think I might do different with their punishment is I think I would make them not just do it by themselves, but work along a professional trash cleaner. Someone who has to, this is what they do for a living, and probably make $15 an hour for it, to maybe get a smidgen of the empathy for the cavalier nature with what they're doing. There's ramifications for somebody.
Yeah, or also like in the whether it's at SeaWorld or whoever deals with the sea animals that they're picking plastic out of,
Absolutely. So something with
some of the consequences of their behavior.
That's punishment. It needs to affect their lives.
Yeah.
Their dad writing a check, and 50,000 is the maximum. Even if they talk this down, if they lawyered this down to 15, that is piss and money. And for somebody who has a $500,000 boat, guys, just the gas for that thing.
Make a boat.
And I didn't realize until recently that I was telling Jim, this is an increasing trend, and I don't know I guess it's in all of America, but it's certainly in Florida, where even if you get community service, there are a number of crimes that you can buy your way out. And I learned that when I was writing out those villagers who voted twice in the last presidential election. They got sentenced to something like 100 hours. And I thought, okay, well, that seems like something. And then I realized they were offered the chance to pay, instead of working community service, like $15 an hour.
They should nix
and be
that.
done.
There should be legislation, just no fines anymore for stuff like this. Don't give them the opportunity. Why would you? What are they going to learn? What are you going to learn? Look, can I tell you something? If I did this and you fined me $10K, guess what I'd learn? Zero. I learned 10K lets me do whatever the F I want. That's what I learned. 10K means I can take my $500,000 boat out and dump trash into the ocean. Doesn't that sound fun for only 10 grand? That's cheap for 10K. For an experience like that, kiss my ass.
Well, once again, 15-year-old Jim and 15-year-old Scott would probably be on the beach and jump.
No,
I'm right with you.
Look, I'd be telling them how stupid they were doing it. Then I'd ask them where the beer was.
Yeah.
But
Wait, is there any more?
Oh man, I'd work. Let me tell you what I would do. I would swear on my life. I would volunteer to manage them for a week.
I'm telling you, you want to be
would,
Judge Jim. People would watch this.
I'm telling you straight up. I bet right now, if I sent out a number, I'd say, I'll tell you what, I need 5 people to get with me, and here's our job. For a week, we're going to Miami, and each one of us for one day is going to watch these idiots pick up trash for 12 hours. Are you in? I would get 5 volunteers to ride down there by the end of the segment and do that. That's how bad people want kids to act normal, or at least show like they have some idea of integrity to themselves.
Unlike Judge Judy, on Judge Jim, he's just going to get up from behind the bench and show his hip waders and say, we're done. We're going out.
We can do it. All we need is, if you want to leave a talk back with the problem, like if you have a problem with your kid.
This is a new thing.
Judge Jim. He'll provide a ruling. If you have a question you'd like Judge Jim to rule on, send us a talk back. It's on the iHeartRadio app. Bring up Real Radio. Follow us. Send us a talk back. We'll play it. And then Judge Jim will give his ruling throughout the day.
I think that would be good. I've said this before. The only thing I would find more intimidating than being screamed at or lectured by Judge Jim would be his wife. I don't know if you've ever seen her get serious, but I do not want to mess with that woman.
I've had a front row for it. Not fun.
It's bad cop, worse cop.
It is bad worse cop. That's the name of the show, by the way. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Don't forget, cash is your 4 o'clock keyword, CASH. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back with our buddy Brandon Kravitz in sports right after this.
Something on your mind? Text us at 77031. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Watch out for bumper-to-bumper traffic due to an accident on I-95 northbound at U.S. Highway 1. The right lane is blocked. Traffic is backed up from State Road 40, and there's stop-and-go traffic due to an accident on I-4 westbound near the beach line. Traffic is backed up from Florida's Turnpike through the city on I-4. You could expect delays between Princeton Street and Robinson Street. If you see any more traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by MD Now Urgent Care. For over 15 years, Floridians have trusted the physician-led team at MD Now Urgent Care for high-quality health care. From injuries and illnesses to school and sports physicals, MD Now Urgent Care is here to get you back to better. Find a location near you at mdnow.com and use their convenient web check-in today.
Divorce? Call Trinley and Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what do we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
Ah!
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Okay, this contract looks good to me. Let me just run it by my lawyer.
Everyone knows that having a good lawyer on hand can be a real game changer.
which is why Legal Shield connects you to a vetted law firm in your state for a low monthly fee. Only Legal Shield has been providing this kind of legal peace of mind for over 50 years. Need an experienced set of eyes on that fine print? With Legal Shield, you can say,
Let me run it by my lawyer.
is the dealership giving you a hassle about warranty repairs?
I guess we'll have to talk to our lawyer.
And for that will you've been putting off, you can finally tell your family.
We're good. I had our lawyer take care of it.
Legal Shield isn't AI bots. It's a dedicated group of real lawyers who have your back, no matter what the future brings. All for around the price of those streaming services you don't watch anymore. Sign up at LegalShield.com/radio today. PPLSI does not provide legal representation or advice. See a plan for complete terms.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Do you think a tiny chip in your windshield is nothing to worry about? I'm Pascal with SafeLight. Sooner or later, every chip will crack. So don't wait. Schedule at safelight.com. We can come to you for free and repair that chip fast. And with most insurance, a chip repair is no cost to you. Don't let that tiny chip crack your whole windshield. Go to safelight.com for free mobile service. Conditions may apply.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
Hi, everybody. It's Savannah Guthrie here with Hoda Kotb from The Today Show.
You know that saying, you learn something new every day? Well, it is so true.
Yes, every morning on Today, it's those little tips that can help save you time and improve your day.
From the simplest ways to save money right now to incredible kitchen and cleaning hacks that you never knew existed. Just remember,
see it, hear it, learn it on Today.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Every morning, right here on NBC.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people, Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
It's brand new, Season 2. I'm Marissa Thalberg.
And I'm Stephen Wolf-Pereira, and we're excited to be back having bigger, bolder, and always real conversations.
Straight from the C-suite front lines of marketing, media, and more.
We have great friends joining from people you may know, like Wilmer Valderrama and Bobby Burke.
And people you'll want to know. So grab a coffee or, hey, even an Aperol Spritz and come join us on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Open your free iHeart app today and search brand new.
Think orange for your next vehicle. OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Are you offended? Obviously, we're only kidding. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. You want to leave a talk back? You can do that. It's easy. Get the iHeartRadio app, which is free of charge. Go to Real Radio once you get it. Use that microphone to send your comment over to Jack. You want to make a comment on those two kids possibly looking at felonies? My idea of just making them work and ignoring the fines, you can do that. We love to hear comments on stuff like that. Again, go to the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it. Use that mic to send it over to Jack. Welcome back. I am Jim.
I am begging listeners to take Jack up on his idea. Parents who don't know what to do with their children need to turn that issue over to Jim.
Oh, my God.
Judge Jim.
Listen, you're welcome to send that as a talkback. I'll give all the advice needed. Again, just go to the iHeartRadio app, go to Real Radio once you get it. Use that mic to send it on down to Jack. I am Jim. There's Scott. Jack is here as well. And every single Monday at 4:20, this guy drops by. He does sports every day from 3 until 6 at 96.9 The Game, but he does it for us at 4:20. Give it up good and loud for the broiler. It's Brandon Kravitz.
Thank you. You guys are too kind. I know that we're going to get knee deep, so now feels like a great time to remind you, Jim, that this segment is sponsored by the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind at #546 on your cell or when you need us. .com. We matched today, by the
I
way.
know,
And
buddy,
do not bury the lead. We need to talk about that first.
First things first, we get started. We just got a text message that I-95 northbound is shut down in Ormond Beach. So if you're headed north on 95 and you're listening right now, you may want to make some plans. It's shut down north in Ormond Beach. There.
That's really cool that your signal goes that far.
Yeah. Oh, stop.
That might be the Boeing astronauts having a change of heart.
Exactly. Right.
Turning around.
Yeah, man. So Orlando Magic, of course, you are the voice, the radio voice of the pregame. Yeah, I've been doing this right. Just give me a second.
Okay, all right.
My God,
it makes me uncomfortable when you call me the Magic voice.
Well, you're the radio voice of the pregame, the halftime, and postgame show. Are you not?
You are. You are correct.
Okay, and
Yes.
then the Magic looked pretty good.
I am. You are correct.
The Magic looked pretty good most
Got
of
him
this
flustered
game.
so far. The wheels have come off. We barely got started.
I'm just trying to talk to this guy. That's all I'm trying to do. And he should know how to do this.
No, I'm embarrassed because I tried to correct him and he was going to get it right.
That's okay. Yeah.
I've been giving him
That's okay.
hard
Don't worry
time.
about it. But two of the guys that you and I talked last week about that you told me had to come through for this team to win, and it's exactly what you said, my friend. You called this exactly, and nobody should know this team better than you anyway, other than the GMs maybe, because you do watch a lot of Magic basketball.
Speaking of which, can I break in? The GM is going to join me at 5 o'clock tonight.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, right
Anthony
on.
Parker is going to hop on, so the other guy is going to
Right, good.
enlighten us on what the future holds for the Magic.
And that makes a big difference. Of course, the draft coming up soon. We have like the 18th and the 45th or something like that. So that doesn't really mean anything. But, free agency does mean something to this basketball team. We'll talk about that in a second.
Yep.
But this team really fought hard. Down 2-0, losing 2 in Cleveland, coming back, winning 2 in Orlando. They held their home. They are young. You can see a little of the inexperience. But what you said really mattered. You need Franz Wagner and you need Jalen Suggs to step up so that Paolo doesn't have to do all the work himself. And it turns out Game 4 was exactly what you said. They went 3 for 24 in the last part of the game there, or maybe, and it just wound up costing them the game.
Look, I mean, this series was decided by so little. It was a 7-game series. These teams played each other 10 times or 11 times over the course of the season. They split the regular season series, and then they went to a 7th game in the playoffs. And what did it come down to? The Magic made 29 field goals. The Cavs made 34.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
That's right.
I mean, we can make this a whole lot more complicated than that if we wanted to, but the Magic needed other guys to simply make shots, and they put themselves in a great position. They were up 18 early. I don't know how many times the Magic went up 18 in a game and then lost that game.
Right.
They've been really good this year. When they get a lead, they hold it. They're very sticky that way. We see leads blown all the time in the NBA. The Magic have a really good defense. And when they're up, I mean, it's like I've compared them to the NFL team that has a good run game and a good defense. When you give that team a 10-point advantage, well, good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Because you're playing right into their hands. The Magic are exactly that team. They are not built to make a comeback, but they're built to hold a lead. So the fact that they lost, you saw the Cavs start to gain some of that momentum at the end of the second quarter. I thought, man, this is a great time for the halftime break because the Cavs were gaining all this momentum, but the Magic had such a big lead, it didn't matter. You still went into the halftime break up 10, but the Cavs came right back out. They didn't lose any of it.
Yeah,
and they outscored the Magic 33-15 in the third quarter, and that was it.
That's it. Yeah, Donovan Mitchell said they went in there and he gave the team a real, big pep talk. It was a big thing. We're here for this. And he hung 39 on them, had a great game. It came down to 1 or 2 defensive plays and, 2 guys just missing a few too many shots at the wrong time.
Well, I mean, the guys that you're talking about, Jalen Suggs and Franz Wagner, you didn't need them. Paolo did his part, and he started missing shots at the end of the game, but he's put up 24 in the first half, 38 in the game overall. That's all you can ask of your second-year player.
Right.
What else do you want? He's putting up like LeBron numbers as far as a 21-year-old goes.
Well, the other stars on teams are measured the exact same way. I mean, if anybody else scores 38, it's a big deal. I mean, this guy should also be a big deal if he scores 38. You need help.
Not only 38, but 38 at the age of 21. When I say like LeBron, LeBron's the only other player to put up numbers like this at the age of 21 in the playoffs.
Wow.
It's those two.
And during those final minutes you're talking about, Paolo looked a little frantic, I think, because he knew he wasn't getting any of that help.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. There was a little bit of that pressure he was putting on himself when he realized those other guys didn't have it. Franz and Jalen made 3 shots the entire game.
That's insane, man. That's insane.
It's frustrating, but like
if you were to bet against that, you would win so much. I mean, what are the odds of that? What are the odds of those two players going 3 for 24?
Yeah.
I mean, my God, man.
No, it's rough. And Jalen Suggs has not been a great road player. He feeds off of that Magic crowd. There should be studies by scientists on it. And Franz Wagner, he just simply has to be better.
Yeah.
Like, this is a guy that is a FIBA world champion. He won a championship in the summer with his country of Germany. It's not like he doesn't know what a big stage is. And he is wise beyond his years in terms of competitive professional basketball. So this moment should not have fazed him, and it did. I'm not going to sit here and say, well, now as you go into the offseason, he's on the chopping block.
He's not.
This is his first playoff series.
He's not.
I'm surprised that the moment was too big for him, but he is not the first star-level player to sink to the moment rather than rise to it like Paolo did, and he certainly won't be the last. We've seen Joel Embiid.
Yes.
Joel Embiid's an MVP. This guy's been bad in Game 7s in his career. So you got to breathe for a second. Now, if this happens again next year, now we can start to assess, is Franz Wagner a good player that cannot rise to the occasion in the playoffs? But that's not a conversation. It's more of a red flag than it is a reason to break up.
Yeah. And you look at Cleveland and Orlando, they're a little similar. They're both relatively young teams. The funny thing is, I remember to Cleveland going in and saying, had they lost this series to the Magic, considering what happened last year, that they would have been making changes in the office, changes with the roster, because it was kind of built to get past that. I think the Magic maybe next year, not for changes by any means, but I mean, when you look at the blueprint of where we are now in the East, and you look at us possibly adding a piece or two in free agency, this could be very interesting for the Orlando Magic next season.
This upcoming offseason, the next couple of months are going to be really important with how they navigate this. They've got about a 2-year window with the money that they have to go all in on free agency and signing players, whether that's through traditional free agency or trading for a star that already exists on another team. A guy like Paul George has been thrown around because he has shown some behind-the-scenes interest in Orlando, and that's not just a rumor. There's some credible reporting behind that.
I heard Klay Thompson today.
Klay Thompson, he's the traditional free agent route. Now, does Klay Thompson want to leave Golden State? Does Golden State want him not to be part of the team anymore?
Do we want Klay Thompson?
That's also a good question, because is that really the answer to your problems? He's over the hill.
I was going to ask you, buddy. I mean, this is a weird thing. The Magic have a very interesting relationship with free agency, do they not? Yes. You know, over the years, we've kind of missed there a number of times. Grant Hill, the one that obviously comes up first. But, I mean, do you want one of those players that had a lot of glory with another team but doesn't really seem to have that fire? I mean, when I heard Klay Thompson, I'm like, man, that seems like the old path. Yeah. That seems like an old Magic path. I couldn't imagine that happening.
And I don't think they're going to do that. I do want to see them settle into somewhere in between. Like, we're seeing some rumors about younger players that the Magic could go after that are on some of these bottom-level teams. A name like Anthony Simons you'll see out there when you look at these lists online. He's a guard for the Portland Trailblazers. Good scorer, hasn't accomplished anything in his career. I think the Magic are at a point where you want something in the middle. Klay Thompson, Paul George, these are older players whose best days are behind them, and they'll give you some good games, and they'll give you good leadership, and they'll teach these young guys what it is to win in the NBA. So it's not like they don't have value, but their name exceeds the value that you're actually going to get. So I think you settle in between. You get a guy that's been in the league for a while, that's 28, 29 years old, that is seasoned but not old, and try and find that sort of sweet spot.
Outside of Shaquille and maybe Tracy or Anthony, if you were going to go back in the annals of the Magic's players, who would you bring back to fill that void?
Oh, man, what a question.
Who would you bring back?
You say outside of Tracy? I can't use Tracy?
You can't use Tracy McGrady. You can't use Anthony Hardaway, and you can't use Shaq because, in my opinion, those are obvious superstars. But you look at a guy like Hito, and you look at guys like that. Who could you go back with the Magic that they moved on from that would fill that spot now? That you could think about that.
Man, it's such a fun question.
Yeah.
I think I might steal that.
It's stolen. It's taken. It's fine. What am I going to do with it? But you think about that. It's kind of interesting.
I think about someone like Jameer Nelson. I think they need someone like that.
Wow.
He's a knockdown shooter, distributor.
Good leader.
I don't think you need somebody to come in, and that's where a name like Paul George, so we'll just use him as sort of the prototype of what we're talking about. I don't think the Magic necessarily need that. We learned something. Let's not just like breeze past, and you and I haven't. let's not breeze past what you learned in the playoffs through 7 games. You've got a tier 1 superstar. Paolo Banchero is that guy.
He's no joke.
You don't need to bring in somebody that then usurps him as the biggest star on the team. I don't think that he is the ego to where he would be offended by that. I just don't think you need that in terms of roster construction. You need guys that can knock down shots and chase these guards like Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland around the court.
Right.
I think that's it. Jalen Suggs did an incredible job. Jalen Suggs is out there on an island. There was one play, and it is unfair to do this. I'll do it anyway. I'm going to isolate one play that I saw where Donovan Mitchell, or I think it was Darius Garland, the other guard on Cleveland's team. He was running around the backcourt. Jalen Suggs was on him like white on rice, was chasing him all around. I mean, he took up probably 16 of the 24 seconds on the shot clock, chasing this guy around the backcourt. It was a clinic on defense to get that close to somebody and impact their ability to make a play without fouling. That is elite defense. But at some point, a fast guard is going to find his way around it. He then skirts around Jalen Suggs, and Gary Harris comes up and taps him on the forearm. Foul. The guy goes to the free throw line.
Go,
that's 2 points with incredible defense.
Right.
So you got to have – it can't just be offense. This team has an identity. They have a defensive identity. They were the 4th best defense in the league. You don't want to give that up with who you bring in, but you do need somebody that can make shots. 3 and D. That's the answer to the
3
question.
3 and D. I love it. Somebody said Horace Grant.
Ooh. Horace Grant would be fun. Because I do think the other piece, the obvious, is that you got to go get 3-point shooting, but they could use a little nasty down low.
Yeah, they could use some nasty down low. Let's move on. Orlando City had a tough weekend.
They certainly did. This was another rough weekend for them. They kind of fell asleep at the wheel at the opening kickoff. Cincinnati scored in the first minute of the game.
Not good for Orlando.
I don't see that very often in soccer.
Not a really good coming back.
I think it was like less than 20 seconds. It was in the teens in the second.
Yeah.
It was so bad.
It was like right after the opening kickoff. They go right down the field and
Did they just kick the kickoff in? Is that what happened?
It wasn't that simple, but it was close.
At least it was an exciting offensive clinic after that.
And then 0-0 after that.
Oh my God, unreal.
Their offense, I'm talking about Orlando City now.
Anemic.
It just lacks creativity. Like every week I look at their numbers and they create chances for themselves and they don't convert. So I'm starting to watch this closer. And I just see a team that around the net just has no sort of creativity of how to create goals once they get close. They create chances, they don't finish. This team needs finishers.
Yeah.
You know, whether they need to coach up the guys that are already on the roster or make deals, but they're not gonna solve their problems on offense until they get some finishers.
Yeah, they had a red card shortly after that goal, so they were down a man for most of the game until Cincinnati had a red card in the second half, and then it evened up again.
10 on 10.
Yeah, I was listening to that on the way. We're going out Saturday night, but that was a rough one.
Big game coming up soon, though. Inter Miami's coming into town. We have tickets to that. Obviously, that means Messi's coming, so we'll see how they stand up against that. But we do have a soccer team in town that is winning. The Orlando Pride are undefeated and killing it.
Yeah, 1-0 yesterday against Louisville. They've got this international sensation, Barbara Banda, who is getting it done. 3 games started, 3 games with a goal. She continues to take the league by storm. 6 goal contributions for the Pride. City could use someone like this. And they remain unbeaten. 5 wins, 3 draws, 0 losses. They stand atop NWSL right now. The next match, so you want something to do in Orlando, follow another team that's winning. 7:30 on Saturday against San Jose. Find your butt in that seat.
Nice. And then lastly, we'll go over the Kentucky Derby. Obviously, the Run for the Roses was this past weekend. One of the most traditional American sporting events that we have as a country is the Kentucky Derby. What was the what 100th running was this, Scott? Do you remember?
I do not.
Yeah. I think it's
150.
Is it 150?
Yeah.
Is it really?
They've been doing this for a minute. You know what I didn't realize? I read an article about how the Derby, the festivities around it have changed so much. I didn't know this. Apparently, the Derby used to be like a hippie fest.
Oh, I didn't know
that.
that.
It was just like you just went out there, got drunk, and dropped acid. And now it's like this white collar, super buttoned up, fancy event.
It's a showcase of affluence.
Like it used to be just complete degenerate druggies that would go out there.
Well, they would tell you the infield probably isn't far from that. It's just dressed better. because I hear that infield is a Sodom and Gomorrah scenario. I got almost out of that.
So I can actually add something to this one.
Okay. There it is.
Mystic Dan, who won this race. To tell you how unexpected Mystic Dan, I spent a lot of time looking at the horse race.
Oh, did you really? Yeah.
The Kentucky Derby takes Churchill. It ran at the Oaks, wherever it ran this weekend. Churchill, yeah.
Churchill Downs.
Downs. They took their top 7 experts and asked them before the race to pick their top 10 horses, which is kind of ridiculous. 10, right? There's only 3,
right?
Maybe 4 if you're doing the superfecta. Would you like to guess, with 7 experts, each making 10 picks apiece, so for a total of 70 horse picks, how many of those picks had Mystic Dan anywhere in their list?
I'd say 1, just the way you're framing this.
I'm going to go 0 the way you're framing it.
It was 1, and that pick had it 10th.
Oh, my God.
Of their 10.
Well, he went off at like 17-1.
That's not that crazy.
There were plenty of horses that had a lot worse odds than that. There were a couple went off at like 35-1.
Yeah, he had the 6th best odds among all horses. I was so mad at myself because I bet on Sierra Leone, which, I mean, an actual nose hair this horse lost by. Right. So I did that based on research that I did. Like, I don't watch horse racing, but it's a Kentucky Derby. I'll bet on it. And then I look at the list, and I turn to my wife, and I go, if I was just betting based on names, I'd go with Mystic Dan. Right before the race, I said that. No money on this horse.
Yeah, very good.
And she looks at me, she's like, why are you not doing it that way? I'm like,
what's the $5?
She goes, that's how I fill out my bracket, and I always beat you. I was like, thanks for that.
I'm going to be in Vegas for the Preakness. Can I just ask you for your name? Don't do any research.
Yeah.
I just want your horse name.
Just, send me the list, and we'll look at that. By the way, Sierra Leone, perhaps the most impressive athlete on the weekend, even though this horse
more than
lost.
Paolo?
Even more than Paolo. This horse was I did the count. I paused the video. On that final stretch, Sierra Leone was 11 horses back.
Wow.
And lost by a nose hair.
Let it rip, huh?
Yeah. So I think I deserve some money.
All right, very good.
Listen to Under Oath with attorney Jeff Kaufman every Saturday morning at 7:30 a.m. on 96.9 The Game and Real Radio 104.1. Extended versions available by searching for Under Oath with Jeff Kaufman on your favorite streaming platform.
I'll call the bookies.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
As a rule, they're pretty understanding.
Yeah, that's. What does he say when I think I deserve?
Yeah, you know
50%.
What? It works when I play Jeopardy at the house. I go, I was close to that answer. That counts, right?
I give a half a point on that one. All right, give it up, Brandon Kravitz. All right, we'll see you soon, buddy. Thanks, man. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Got a few minutes left for your 4 o'clock keyword. It's cash, CASH. Go to realradio.fm and send it away for your chance at $1,000. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio. It is.
The Monsters in the Morning.
You got to get it that caper, and the caper's basically like a telephone pole, right? And you got to get that thing straight up. If you get it straight up and get your fingers under it, I know I can lift it, but I just can't get it
wrong with you describing this right.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Here's your midday weather update for Central Florida from Fox 35. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. We'll have a high today close to 90 degrees, and you may notice clouds building and a couple of downpours developing. There's a 30% chance for rain, our highest chance to the west of Orlando. The big weather story this week is the warm-up. We'll be in the mid-90s by Wednesday with mid and upper 90s by Thursday, flirting with record high temperatures. Then this weekend, a couple of showers and storms cooling us down to the upper 80s for Mother's Day weekend. I'm Brooks Garner from the Fox 35 Weather Team.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Need an oil change? Short on time? Drive into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Stay in your car and be back on the road in about 15 minutes. Our expert technicians use premium products for top-notch vehicle care. Quick, easy, trusted. That's Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
Are you bogged down with constant sneezing, watery eyes, and congestion? Do you get sinus headaches and infections? No one should have to suffer season after season. And thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus, treating your allergies is easier than you think. With personalized treatment plans tailored to your needs and budget, you can say goodbye to allergy and sinus issues for good. Book your appointment today at aspireallergy.com. Aspire Allergy and Sinus, where relief is just around the corner. aspireallergy.com.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, but a video is priceless. I'm attorney Mo DeWitt, and we have access to every single traffic camera in the state of Florida. Injured on the go, just call Mo, Orlando's injury attorneys.
I love playing pranks on my sister, and this deal going on at McDonald's is my chance to take the lead. Enjoy any 2 items for $3.79. From the iconic McDouble, the McChicken, a 4-piece chicken McNuggets, small fries, to even a small soft drink. I'm gonna pair my McDouble with her small fries, but secretly pull her fries out of the bag. She won't even notice. Hey, where'd the fries go? Sounds like my prank just got fried. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
Not to brag, but I've been crushing it lately. And all credit goes to frozen drinks from McDonald's. Clean my apartment while crushing an ice-cold Oreo frappe. Love that chocolate flavor. Hint of coffee and Oreo cookie pieces. Crush working overtime thanks to a drizzly caramel frappe. Even fix my own car while crushing a creamy mocha frappe. Start crushing it yourself with a delicious, refreshing frappe from Mickey D's. There are drinks. Then there are drinks from McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. At participating McDonald's for a limited time, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group used under license.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/free. Ramp.com/free. RAMP.com/free.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This is why YouTube was created at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Top of the hour, I get a phone call. I answer it. Hello, from iHeartMedia. My heart sinks thinking I won $1,000. It was someone calling confirming my tickets for Bonnaroo that I won beating Jimmy in trivia a couple months ago. Definitely a very roller coaster of emotion, but I will still have a good Monday. I love you, Jimmy, even when you're with your wife.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Bonnaroo's probably worth more, buddy. Give me a heads up. That package is probably worth $1,000, is it not?
Yeah, I don't know if I don't remember exactly what he won, but I know the one we just gave away on Instagram was 4 tickets and the camping pass. That's a big deal.
Not bad at all. That's for all 4 days, too.
Yeah.
All right, 407-916-1041. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show here on Real Radio. I am Jim. There's Scott Maxwell today.
Hello.
And, of course, Jack is here as well.
You had a question last week. It was one of our questions, the question of the day. Have you ever been to a music festival? Scott Maxwell.
You know what? Stop before you answer.
Okay.
Oh, God. Yeah, you're a tough one, dude. You are a tough one because you are up for a lot of cool stuff. Like, you are up for that. A lot of people probably don't think that about you. Think you're a very boring Democrat who sits on behind your typewriter all day. And I think that's that's mostly it. But
thank you.
You do have a streak in you that gets loose. I know that.
Yeah. But very progressive, probably maybe like a Lilith Fair.
Yeah, but I don't know, dude. I don't know if he wants to tolerate the people. He's got a little of that in him as well.
Little edge to Maxwell.
I will say that because you grew up in the era of like music fest, like I did, not like Woodstock or anything like that. But, Ozfest came around at that time. There were, Vans Warped Tour came around at that time. I would say there's virtually no chance that you have not been to a music fest. Yes, Scott Maxwell has been to a music fest.
And the reason I will say no is because he finds them to be too dirty.
The people or the festival?
Both.
A festival proper, no.
Never to a festival proper.
No, I went to. I mean, when I was in college, there'd be all day things, but I wouldn't.
It's not a festival.
No,
Did you sleep on the ground?
Right, it wasn't a destination for that. Now, I used to do a lot of concerts, and I've been to some shows that I bet would surprise you. I've been to the Dead.
Oh, that's good, but that doesn't surprise me.
I've been to, Clapton, been to Jimmy Buffett, things that are that is like a festival. That's a 12-hour experience. But to both of your points, I don't know when it was. Maybe around age 40. I just decided I was overcrowded.
Yeah.
And I think it was a trip to New Orleans where I realized
the Jazz Fest.
No, it was for Mardi Gras.
Oh,
and I realized I love New Orleans, but I did not like being where everybody was there, where everything was 3 times as expensive.
Yeah, and everybody thought they had a pass to be an ass. Blank. Everybody feels that when you go to big crowds like that, and because it's so hard to get paid attention to by the cops unless you do something really egregious, people feel like there's a pass for them to be a little stupid. And I can't stand that.
And I just find that the idea of a lot of these experiences are sometimes more fun than the execution. Yeah. And just this past weekend, my best buddy sent me a text and said, let's do the Derby next year. And I said, that just doesn't appeal to me.
Really?
That's 100. I think it's 110,000 people they have at that thing.
Oh, it's a whole bunch.
And unless you're in these super sweet skybox things, half these people are spending $1,000 to go stand in the middle,
just stand in the mud,
and in the beating down sun.
Yeah, I understand that.
It doesn't. I just
does
find
not appeal, does it?
No, it doesn't. I'd rather watch it at home. Most sporting events I feel that way about too.
I think when you get a little bit older, I think that happens. You just don't want to tolerate the BS. You're kind of used to.
Oh, hell yeah!
You're you know what? You're used to your set thing. You want to get in and get out.
I always wanted to do a Final Four. That was one of my bucket list items, and we did the Final Four. God, what is it? 20 years ago when it was in St. Pete. And you know what you're doing at when they turn like Tropicana Field into you're sitting on aluminum bleachers with no back around the third baseline, watching a court that they've made out there. And I was like, I'd rather be watching this at home.
You can barely see. You don't even know who has the ball. Matter of fact,
that's exactly right.
Jack was telling me, was it you that went to the Magic game the other day? Like, you got in there?
Yeah, but not this time. When they first opened this arena, that the press pass would get you to the press area. If you didn't have like seats, which they do, when they have an overflow, you are in the very top level and along the side where you have to look at the Jumbotron to identify the player with the ball.
Right.
Yeah.
In fact, we haven't even talked about getting there. In fact, the last time I went to a baseball game was with Jack. I don't know. It was 8 or 9 years ago. Was Pinkman the one who went with us or somebody?
We went a couple. Did we go a couple
maybe.
times?
But it took 4 hours.
Yeah. Because you're in St. Pete, right?
It took 4 hours to get to
that
St.
drive. Oh, yeah.
And I'm just saying,
Miami fast.
that's another thing that you don't have to know. It wasn't to Miami. It was
I said you get to Miami
that's
faster.
That's right. Yeah. And anyway, the to-do of all this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm
Jack,
sort of over it.
does the train going down to Miami bring the Marlins into play for you at all when it comes to watching baseball? Would you ever consider going in there for a game just to watch them?
Oh, if the Yankees were playing, yeah. I mean, that's the one time I went to a game down there was
just
a
for the
World
Yankees
Series.
game, right?
And you would still go anywhere for the boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, we listen. We've talked about that. Yeah, and the boss looks weird these days. I'm just going to say it.
What do
The
you
boss,
mean?
He looks weird. He's got this jaw starting to look a little odd.
Maybe, but how old is he? I
He's a whole bunch.
Yeah,
he's a whole bunch. He's like 78, but let me tell you what, man. I will tell you, all those people can kiss my ass. If I want to live like anybody, man, somebody give me a sample of Jagger's blood. I want to know what's happening in the blood of Mick Jagger.
Oh, there's some vampire stuff going on there.
81 or 82. Have you seen the footage from that first show? He looks 16.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't look 16. He looks like he's acting 16. That dude is so painfully able-bodied at that age. It seems to defy science. It really does.
Yeah, there's also some like weird lack of body fat and thing going on there. That
it is. It's like he's made of cartilage. Like he's a
stringy. Yeah, he's still
stringy is a great word. Very, very snewy.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. We do have another keyword for you coming up at the top of this hour. And when we get back, I want to talk about this. This is the headline for this. The era of no-show fees is here, and it ain't going nowhere. Wait until you hear what is sweeping across this nation if you decide to stiff somebody for an appointment that you've made. Prepare yourself accordingly, friends. It's on the way.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills
From the
Air.
Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
All lanes are blocked due to that accident on I-95 northbound near U.S. Highway 1. Traffic is backed up from State Road 40, and there's still heavy delays due to that accident on I-4 westbound at the beach line. Traffic is backed up from Sand Lake Road. There's slowdowns on Florida's Turnpike southbound between the Greenway and Osceola Parkway. See traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Jeff Martin Auctioneers. Jeff Martin Auctioneers is hosting a public auction in Kissimmee on Tuesday, May 7th, featuring construction and farm equipment, trucks, trailers, and more. Bid your way live on site or online at jeffmartinauctioneers.com. Experience the difference. License AU 4483.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at the Filatowski Eye Institute. If you know anyone who has experienced LASIK surgery, they'll tell you it's the best thing they ever did. The only problem they'll say is I should have done it way sooner. That's exactly what my father-in-law said. He got the surgery at 58. Should have done it way before that. What are you waiting for? If you have eye troubles, sight troubles, you wear glasses or contacts, and you're done with it, the Filatowski Eye Institute is offering a savior for you, and it comes in the form of a free LASIK consultation. That's right. Find out what they can do for you easily. Just simply text 1041 to 868686 and start your journey to better vision with the Filatowski Eye Institute. These guys have all the experience you want. 65,000 LASIK procedures under their belt. They use the latest state-of-the-art tech as well. That gets you the best results every single time. And if finances is a concern, don't let it be. These guys have 24-month interest-free financing ready to go. Just make your appointment today. It's text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision begins right now.
Real Radio has your chance to win a dream home makeover. Up for grabs are a bathroom remodel, flooring, solar, roofing, and large appliances. Register now for your chance to win $10,000 towards a new roof from Universal Roof and Contracting. There are 5 different contests with each category offering its own unique benefits for improving your home to create the perfect living space. Get more details and enter at realradio.fm/contest.
This is Steve Kramer. Let me tell you a business secret. There are sketch companies out there selling awards. Make sure the awards earned by your lawyer are from respected organizations. At Trendley Kramer Law, our lawyers have been recognized by Orlando Magazine Best Lawyers, Florida Trend Legal Elite, Super Lawyers, and listed in U.S. News as a best law firm for years. We've earned the awards that can't be bought. Trinley Kramer, TK Law, OneFirmForLife.com.
It's time for the Great Haircut Sale at your local Great Clips salon. Your chance to get a great haircut at an even greater price, just $8.99. And money's not all you'll save at Great Clips. When you use online check-in, you can save time too. So download our app today and hurry in for the $8.99 Great Haircut Sale at Great Clips. It's gonna be great. For a limited time at participating salons.
The $8.99 Great Haircut Sale runs May 3rd through May 10th.
Visit our Orlando, Daytona Beach, and Ocala area salons.
Hey everybody, it's Savannah and Hoda from the Today Show.
From the simplest ways to save money to incredible hacks you never knew existed. Just remember,
see it, hear it, learn it on Today.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Every morning on NBC.
Tools Ace Hardware's biggest grill sale of the year is happening now through May 27th. Get free fuel, free assembly, and free local delivery on select grills, $3.99 and up. Get a free propane tank fill with the purchase of a Weber grill, Blackstone griddle, or Uni pizza oven. Get a free bag of Traeger wood pellets with the purchase of a Traeger grill. Get a free bag of Big Green Egg natural hardwood charcoal with the purchase of a Big Green Egg. Plus, Tools Helpful Associates will have answers to all of your lawn and garden questions and will load up your mulch, soils, and fertilizer for you. Shop in store at one of their 13 convenient locations, including the brand new store in Hamlin, or online at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace, your backyard place.
These days, the cost of fixing or replacing things in your home is going through the roof with no end in sight. Air conditioning replacement, $6,000. New refrigerator, $1,500. Flat screen TV, $1,200. Don't wait till it's too late. Call Everything Breaks now before something else breaks. For as little as $1 a day, Everything Breaks can cover it all. Appliances, plumbing, air conditioning, home electronics, including cell phones and more. Everything Breaks covers repairs your insurance doesn't, saving you hundreds, even thousands on unexpected repair bills. Call Everything Breaks now before something else breaks. Call for your free quote. Call 855-865-SAVE. That's 855-865-SAVE.
Get it all covered your way, 'cause everything breaks.
Limitations and exclusions apply. See plan terms and conditions for details. Coverage not available in all states. Actual savings may vary based on the coverage plan and repairs needed. Call 855-865-SAVE. Online at goeverythingbreaks.com.
In St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, it might feel like there's not enough time to take everything in. Because once you're done exploring 42 miles of pristine coast, marveling at historical architecture, and enjoying world-class food, it'll be time to check out and head home. But that's okay. You can always stay just one more day. Visit FloridasHistoricCoast.com to learn more. It's about time.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people. Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage. Navage. Breathe easy.
Get semaglutide, available in stock and ready to ship today from Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Find out at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, BILLS. 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 Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
The outtakes to that Maroon 5 song were horrible. I'm so glad they changed it. Ooh, I got the blood like Jagger.
It's true, though. You know it's true. All right, your 5 o'clock keyword is Bills, BILLS. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Bills, guys, that'll do it for you. Get that $1,000. Last week, we had a good week.
Yeah, also, one of the winners from last week said their caller ID said Cincinnati.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah, so we've heard private caller in Cincinnati.
There you
Sometimes
go.
No caller ID. Maybe it's a 513 area code. Just pick up your phone.
What does iHeart use? A bunch of burners?
Yeah, I think so. That actually, it changed. It used to be, we used to tell people it was a 513 area code because it was a call from Cincinnati. But during the pandemic, when everyone started working at home, Then they went to like private number because I guess they do something to make sure that the person's home phone number doesn't show up.
Now
on
it
something.
sounds like it's Walter White's street lieutenants out there making calls.
Listen, the company can't figure out why we win so much, so they always trying to flip the chain. They always change it on us. They're always going to. Jack doesn't believe that. I believe it. Because, I mean, we win a lot at this thing. I mean, when you look at how TKS does, even against stations in this cluster, it's not even close. I think we have 7 now, right? The closest to us is 2?
Yeah. We have 7, and we have 11 just in Orlando. 7 of them are on our station.
Right, yeah. So if you combine all the other smaller winners, we're almost double that. So, I mean, and we do this every single contesting. Right. We just have a connection. These people just love doing it. They're good at it, and they win that money.
Our listeners pay attention.
Yeah, they do. And they're unemployed, which is good.
I was going to say where they need that money.
Talking to you, YouTube chatters.
All right, bills, by the way. That is your 5 o'clock keyword, BILLS. Again, go to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. Do you guys make many appointments via the internet, like whether it be restaurants, appointments for everything? Do you guys do that?
Nonstop,
right? Same here. Jack, you do this?
No, medical, yeah, but not restaurants, no.
You don't use Open Table or anything to do restaurants?
No.
So you don't go to restaurants?
Not ones where you have to have a reservation.
Right.
Yeah. I'll put it to you this way, Jim. I mentioned like I've got 4 days in Vegas coming up.
Yeah.
There is not a meal over the course of 4 days that I do not already have a reservation for 1 month in advance.
That doesn't shock me at all in the least a little bit.
We'll sit at the bar guy.
No, I like to have a plan. I don't like to wait. I don't like to.
So during the pandemic, we a lot of things happened. Actually, we just talked about this here recently. A lot of things happened. But one of the things that did happen is, business owners became considerably more concerned with every time they had an opportunity to make a dollar because those times at that point were few and far between. So when you got a booking or whatever, it was obviously great news. But the problem is, of course, a lot of those people would no-show those. In the restaurant business, in other businesses, and I'll tell you the one here in a second, it's a little bit surprising, those cost money. For the record, because, not only are you not booking that meal that you already had planned to be a 4-top that was an average meal at your restaurant, $70 with drinks, whatever the case may be, you can look at that table and say, for that hour, that table is going to make me anywhere from, $280 to $350, whatever the case may be. If that table does not show, not only are they not making that money, now that table is empty until the next booking. So for an hour, that table doesn't get booked unless you have walk-ins that you can clear and get in there. And with restaurants that deal with reservations and people know they do business that way, for the most part, there aren't many walk-ups. There aren't. Mm-hmm. There are people like me and my wife that will go, and we understand the bar world. In other words, most restaurants do not require a reservation for the bar.
Right.
So if you don't mind eating at the bar, that's a first-come, first-served scenario in almost every bar. And a little hack for you guys out there. If you don't mind, you can walk right up to a bar and get a seat. You don't have to worry about it.
You get great service.
And you get better service, by the way. And you usually get a TV and a little bit more action.
It's where I ate Saturday night.
That's right. Yeah. It's great. But what's happening now and the sweep that's coming across is that they're not dealing with that anymore. Businesses are now starting to institute a considerably more hard take on their policies for missing appointments. One of them is this. Speaking of that, what business do you think would really kind of buckle down on this? And it's for men and women, but specifically for women.
Hair appointments.
Hair appointments is the answer, Jack. Let me tell you something. Does your lovely wife get her hair done professionally?
No, I do it with one of those Flobies.
Very good.
No.
Nice.
No. Well, yes, she does. And by the way, there is a few things more concrete in her world than her hair appointment. Like everything else, including me, is flexible. Not the hair appointment.
Right, and that's for most women. Deb's the same way. My wife is the same way. It's infrequent, usually a couple every 3 months or whatever. But when that time comes, there is no keeping you or keeping them from the hair appointment. Well, let me tell you something, man. This guy in California is doing this. His name's Greg. He's like, if you make a hair appointment with me and you miss it, it costs you twice what the hair appointment would have cost you had you showed up.
Wait, twice?
Twice. It says these days, missing an appointment can cost customers up to $100. Now, this is at a men's place.
I was going to say, $100 sounds cheap.
This is at a men's place. Double the price of a normal haircut. Like when you go to one of these places like Floyd's around here and you get the neck cut and the whole 9 yards, that's expensive. I don't know if people know that. When you go to those haircut places, it is not like $35. It is like $75.
Well, that's for a shave. I go to Floyd's.
How much does it cost you to get your haircut and shave?
It's about $30. Oh, and a shave, $75.
$70.
But like a regular haircut's like $39, $38.
But with tip and stuff, I mean, you tip, right?
Generously.
So it's like $50, right, to get your haircut. Which you can get at Supercuts for like $15, right? But when you make an appointment here and those seats cost so much money and they could produce so much money, people aren't doing it anymore. They're like, look, we're not doing this. And what they're saying is across the nation, more beauty pros and restaurant pros are charging cancellation fees, reaching up to 16% if you book via Square. So if you book via Square, they're letting you know, if you dump this, we're hitting your card for 16% of what the tested value of what you're going to have is going to be. So that's going to be big, and it could go across the board. Some of these businesses are charging up to $500 for cancellations. Style Seat, which is a booking platform for cosmetologists, says that they will charge their customers up to 100% of the cost of their service for not making the appointment and not canceling via a phone call or giving a heads up.
I don't have any beef with charging for a canceled reservation. Charging more than what the price would be, that seems extreme to me.
Does it really?
A bit.
I got to tell you, man, I do think it's a little extreme. And the guy even says, hey, look, if this costs me customers or bad press, I do not care. I have enough customers to keep me busy, and I don't need to tell one of my other customers no, because I get some person that's booking for the first time and they no-show.
There are more restaurants in particularly in big cities where it's $25 to make a reservation.
Yeah.
And basically, what you show up and it's $25 towards your meal. You don't show up, they got your $25. I got no beef with that either.
That seems to be a way to do it, even with the hair salon. Is like it's a down payment. You're buying the reservation, but that is credited towards your bill when you go.
That's how tee times are right now, by the way. When you book a tee time at almost any golf course in Orlando now, they take a small fee from you. You got anywhere from $7 to $10 to hold the time, and when you show up, they take that off the fee. But if you don't, they keep that.
So if you don't appreciate how devastating it can be to a small business owner or a restaurant, or I think it was Maxine down at Maxine on Shine, who told me once that they had learned that one of the traditions for Mother's Day was that people were giving gifts to their mother on a Sunday morning. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Here's 5 reservations.
Oh, wow.
It's 11 o'clock at a.m. Choose which of these 5 we're going to honor at noon.
Wow.
And, I can kind of see if people aren't really thinking through it. It's just hey, I'm just choosing 5 things and Mom gets to choose. But what that person did was stiff 4 restaurants.
That's right.
On a day where there's going to be 100% capacity.
100%.
And I think that helped make it pop in my mind that it's not too much to ask to ask for some skin in the game.
Now, just give you an idea. This company that books these seats for cosmetologists, right? And one of them is called what was the one I just said earlier? Style Seat. This one's called Squire, and what it does the same thing. It takes a fee. It gets you a reservation at a stylist, at a hair salon, whatever the case may be. And if you don't show, they take care of it. Since they started instituting the 100%, you're getting hit for this if you don't show up, how much do you think it's increased in the idea of people showing up for their time?
Oh, I bet 100%. I bet it's done.
43% higher, 45% fewer cancellations, and 82% lower no-shows. 82% change in their business practices just by simply going, if you don't show, we're hitting you anyway. You got to show up. If you make this commitment, you don't cancel 24 hours in advance, we're going to hit you, and we're going to hit you good. And I have to tell you, if I did this and they hit me, I would say shame on me. I would not say shame on them. I would not complain one time.
Well,
you're a damn adult.
You might get to there, but there's going to be a lot of yelling before you do.
You're right, Jack. I'm going to be very mad about it. I am going to be mad about it, but I'm telling you, man, if you look in a mirror and you're like, look, man, this is a small business. If you were a small business owner and you relied on these people coming through and they told you they're going to, they are stealing from you.
Yeah.
I mean, really, they're stealing from you. So what they're saying is in this article, this is a Finance Yahoo article, by the way, is you're going to see this across the board. It used to be just medical professionals and then restaurants, but other people are starting to see that these fees that they're charging for no-shows are working. It's actually working. And what's working at is this. In other words, if people don't think they can make it, if there's even a small chance, they simply won't make the appointment, which is a win as well, is it not?
Absolutely. And I also don't think it has to be huge. I think asking people for a little skin in the game changes your ability to just your willingness to make willy-nilly reservations everywhere.
Absolutely. You should not do that. And again, I found that kind of interesting because it's finally these businesses going, okay, we're done. We're done with this. And you look at Orlando's burgeoning culinary scene. I say burgeoning, really, it's just growing and growing.
Yeah.
I mean, there are many restaurants. I mean, I remember a little bitty Strand over there in Mills 50.
We had dinner there.
Yeah, just a few years back. I mean, they didn't even have a reservation sheet. You just called up and go, hey, I'm coming in around 8. Now, not only do they have a reservation sheet, they're like, hey, man, you better show.
And you better have a reservation. You're not getting there otherwise.
You better, and it's 2 weeks in advance booked.
Yeah.
And if you look at the really good spots in town, that's what they're doing, and that's where they're going. Golf places, golf courses, they're doing it. I mean, if you miss your appointment, if you miss your tee time, it's not going to cost you the full value of the tee time. You're not going to pay $60 or $70, but it is going to cost you that $10 it took you to reserve that. I mean, that's not no money.
Well, a place like the Strand, what do they have, 15 tables?
Yeah.
It's something like that.
It's not
so
even.
If you're stiffing one of those tables of 4.
Yeah, I think 30's capacity
that's a big impact on their nightly revenue.
Yeah.
Have you ever been a no show, no call on a reservation?
I have.
Should that be our question of the day?
Yes.
All right.
It should. I have done that in the past, but I have to tell you, man, it's been years and years and years ago. If we have something that falls apart, we immediately
I always call. I also feel not less bad about it. If it's something like a Chili's.
Yeah.
I mean, not that's a bad example or something like that, but a corporate owned versus a small business.
Yeah,
but I'm still, I've still always.
You still got to do that, man. Because here's the thing, again, I mean, if you're leaving a credit card and you're leaving a name, you will get a reputation. I know it seems crazy to say, but this, in Orlando, the culinary world is pretty small. A lot of these people all know each other. I mean, you don't want a bad reputation of, getting reservations and no showing, and that can happen, believe it or not. But I'm excited for it. I'm glad they're doing it. I think people should kind of live up to their word. They should do what they said they're going to do. And if you get hit for it, you get hit for it. It's just how it is. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Bills, by the way, is your 5 o'clock keyword. That's BILLS. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733. From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
There's a whole bunch of commotion on I-4 to watch out for westbound before Central Florida Parkway. Authorities are clearing up an accident there. The left lane is blocked. I-4 westbound at World Drive. The left lane is blocked there as well. Traffic is backed up from State Road 417 in Osceola. And all lanes are still blocked on I-95 northbound at U.S. Highway 1. Traffic is backed up from State Road 40. If you see any traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by J. David Tax Law.
If you owe the IRS and can't pay, now is the time to call J. David Tax Law. After a 2-year hiatus, the IRS has resumed their aggressive collections letters. Don't wait. Call J. David Tax Law or visit jdavidtaxlaw.com.
Jim Colbert Show question of the day is brought to you by wearenotthebanks.com. You want to vote in the poll? We just posted it in our YouTube chat. You go to YouTube, search Jim Colbert Show. Subscribe there, give us a thumbs up, vote in the poll. We'll talk about it at the end of the program. Wearenotthebanks.com sponsoring that. Direct mortgage lenders, that's what they do there. They're not the banks. They are better than the banks because their sole focus is mortgage. That is Brad Siebert and his crew at wearenotthebanks.com. Same website I went to when I did my refi several years ago. All your mortgage needs, whether it's VA loans, conventional loans, jumbo loans, no-income documentation loans, take care of that refi. Maybe it's a brand new house you're moving into this year. Wearenotthebanks.com is the website where you get started. I use them, got a great rate, fast and easy. And Brad let me know everything I needed every step of the way, which made a complicated process a little more easy to navigate. For all your mortgage needs, the website, wearenotthebanks.com. Get started today. NMLS ID number 66247, equal housing opportunity.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at centomoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zepeda, CMO Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement
capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Hey everybody, it's Savannah and Hoda from the Today Show.
From the simplest ways to save money to incredible hacks you never knew existed. Just remember,
See it, hear it, learn it on Today.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Every morning on NBC.
Are you prepared for the future? At TK Law Firm, they understand the importance of securing your legacy. Whether you're looking for a will or trust, they can help. Don't leave your legacy to chance. Visit onefirmforlife.com for your free consultation. Protect what matters most. TK Law Firm, your partner in estate planning excellence.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. Or this one. I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better, unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Reduce your impact on the environment this fall by packing a waste-free lunch for school or work. Avoid foods with excessive packaging. Use reusable cutlery, napkins, cups, bags, and containers, and recycle or compost any waste when possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Deep Cuts. Featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, The Who, The Stones, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Deep Cuts, and listen now.
iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
GMC Sierra trucks in stock now at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. You can text us easily at 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Scott is here as well.
Hello.
And so is Jack.
Good afternoon.
And we have a very special guest. She's going to be appearing at Plaza Live not too far from now. You guys give it up good and loud for the legend, the D-lister herself, Miss Kathy Griffin.
Love her.
You love her. We love her. She's such a mess. We love her. We can't not love her. Hey, Kathy, by the way, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate that.
You guys for having me. I love you guys.
Yeah, for sure. Now, it is funny because, you have shared a lot about your life.
Too much TMI. I put it all out there, baby. Just like I'm still firmly on the D list where I belong. I'm not C or B or A.
The funny thing is, Kathy, is, I think this is an inspiration of yours. I'm not 100%. I think you've said this. I saw some old cuts of Joan Rivers on Carson recently online, and you really, really, if you haven't had a chance to revisit that, she was a stone cold serial killer on that show. Yep. I don't know that anybody laid out Carson the way that Joan did. She was a great inspiration to you, was she not?
Oh, she was a great friend. I missed her every day. We would have dinners and lunches that were epic, and she shared all of her stories. And let me tell you, she was heartbroken when Johnny turned on her because she really felt he made her, and she really loved him. But she, got beyond it and had ups and downs. And gosh knows, that's my story. I have lots of ups and downs. And that's why I even call the show the Kathy Griffin My Life on the PTSD list. Because I got to make fun of everything from the fact that I had cancer to the fact that I was canceled to the Department of Justice investigation over a photo to now I'm getting divorced, so I want to be the Golden Bachelorette. There's a lot.
Oh my God, there is a lot. Hey, you know what the funny thing is? Let's talk about that cancellation thing. There's a little bit of irony happening on right now because obviously the person you got canceled for is on trial now for a bunch of stuff. If you guys who do not remember, Kathy posted a picture of her holding a fake Donald Trump severed head, and Earth went crazy over that. And now that seems like it would be something
Tuesday.
You would open with that these days.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I don't mean to make a bad pun, but I think it was ahead of its time.
It was. You there?
Yeah, sorry, I lost you for a second.
Oh, there we go.
It's all right. But I want to make sure. So how was that time for you, by the way? Did you, when that was going on, with all of that going on, how was that for you personally? Were you ever scared?
I'm not gonna lie, I was scared. I had a lot of death threats, and I had the FBI coming to my house about once or twice a week to tell me about what they would call credible threats. And I know it's, almost common these days for people to say, oh, I get death threats. But let me tell you, when the FBI comes over, they know it's serious. And so it was bizarre because I was being investigated by two agencies within the Department of Justice, the Secret Service and the U.S. Attorney's Office. And yet I had the FBI really protecting me. And I had to have a lot of security. And it was, I'm not going to lie, it was a very bizarre time.
Yeah.
And its tentacles still go on. And I've had protests at some of my shows. And I'm excited about coming to Florida, but I know there are a lot of MAGA folks
That's
there.
all right. There's a lot of Kathy Griffin fans too. Don't worry about it.
I'm so hopeful about that because the audiences have been so loving. And I know this sounds corny, but I've been running out on stage and they stand up when I run out there. And it's almost like they're like, okay, we never canceled you. So I feel like the folks that are buying a ticket to my show are tangibly saying either we thought your cancellation was BS or we thought that it was a joke the whole time.
Yeah.
So I love every minute of it. Every show is my favorite show, and I'm grateful for every minute.
Well, you're going to be at Plaza Live here in Orlando on the 17th of this month. You can grab your tickets there at plazalive.com. Kathy Griffin will be there. Enjoy. Now, are you bringing anybody with you? A lot of times comics who have a name for themselves will take somebody out on the road who's new and up and coming. Are you doing that, or is it just all Kathy?
You know what? It's all Kathy, and I'm terrible, but I used to have an opener, and it was always like some straight guy that would get a whore in the hotel room, and then I had to pay for it. And so, so after that, I just toured on my own, and I do 2 hours, so I don't have an opening act. So it's all Kathy, all new material, lots to say, ups and downs. It's a roller coaster ride. Come with an open heart and an open mind.
That's funny.
I would think that if you were taking care of the prostitute bills for your openers, you would have a long line of people wanting to tour with you.
Exactly. No, it's not that people don't want to open for me because it always includes a prostitute at some point.
That's nice.
But I just had to say no after a while. I had to draw a line in the prostitute sand.
All right, so Kathy, that thing happens for you to your 2015, 2016. You kind of go underground a little bit. Now you coming back out, kind of reemerging with this new couple hours. How do you? Go ahead.
My life on the D list, my double Emmy award-winning reality show, is just now streaming on Peacock, and they just dropped it a week ago. Nobody even told me, but I'm so flattered by that, and I want people to rediscover it and fall in love with my mom and dad again. And I'm really proud of that show. So I'm thrilled it's finally streaming somewhere. So go watch it on Peacock and rediscover it.
For sure.
Don't I remember that at one point in time you were like one of, I think, just like 3 female comedians or something who had an Emmy for your comedy albums?
I'm
Whoopi
one of
and-
only 3 women to win the Grammy for Best
excuse me.
Comedy Album.
Yes.
Whoopi Goldberg, Lily Tomlin, and myself. And yeah, I'm not going to lie, there's still some pretty bad sexism in my industry. It's still very male dominated. And I'll be honest, do you know that the biggest stigma I have with selling tickets is that I'm a female comic? I'm not kidding. I've asked my straight guy bro friends, if you've got a certain amount of comedy dollars and you're with your bros for a bro weekend, would you ever come see me or Chelsea Handler or Wanda Sykes? And they've all been honest and said, no, we'll probably go to Chappelle or Chris Rock. So I do think there's still a bit of a stigma out there that chicks aren't funny. But I'm telling you, my shows have been raucous. People have been clapping. It's almost like a party. So, I just hope people have an open mind and give me a chance because I really do have fun every night. And the audiences, they get shocked sometimes. They clap. Sometimes they go, oh, like, Kathy, why did you say that? So I'm still very wrong and very inappropriate.
All right, Kathy Griffin with us. She'll be at the Plaza Live May 17th.
Kathy, you've done so much besides stand-up, author, many different television, from hosting shows to dramatic and comedy actors, voiceover work. But you are in my all-time favorite movie, and I am talking about Pulp Fiction. What was the dream when you started? What was the goal for? Was it going to be in movies, television, just a star, stand-up? What was the goal when you were starting?
Well, first of all, let's just acknowledge that my 3 lines in Pulp Fiction carried that movie.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I think that's understood.
I mean,
you got shot in the leg, right?
Everybody
Thank
says
you.
that.
That's industry wide.
Yeah.
But honestly, when I started out, I came from Oak Park, Illinois, and they didn't make movies there or anything, but I fell in love with the great sidekicks. And so I was raised on the Mary Tyler Moore Show, but I wanted to be Rhoda because I thought, well, let the pretty girl be the lead, but the friend or the secretary gets to come in, do the jokes, and then get the hell out. So when I got to be on the sitcom Suddenly Susan in the late 90s, I got to be the sidekick to Brooke Shields. It was fantastic. So she had to carry the burden of the show. I didn't have that responsibility, but I came out of that show smelling like a rose because I got to just go in, do a few jokes, leave the scene. And I love the great sidekicks like Ethel from Lucy and Ethel, Rhoda from the Mary Tyler Moore Show, obviously up to Megan Mullally on Will and Grace, who's a good friend of mine. I just love a good sidekick. And ironically, I ran into Quentin recently and he said, congratulations, you did it. You're a sidekick. And I said, thank you. I appreciate that.
That's funny. Kathy Griffin with us today. Again, May 17th at the Plaza Live. Kathy, with changing environments, not only politically, just socially in general, with the advent of social media and what that's become in people's lives over the last, 8-10 years or so, do you find writing jokes more difficult because there's so much more to cover, or do you actually find it easier because there's more to cover?
I find it easier because there's more to cover because, like I said, I did 2 hours myself last night in Durham. I'm not going to lie, I did 2 hours and 20 minutes. I was so excited. The audience was so great. And so more is more as far as I'm concerned. But I will tell you, and this is not a popular thought among comedians, and believe it or not, after my Trump scandal, you wouldn't think I would think this, but believe it or not, I I don't want to say I do believe in cancel culture, but I do believe that there is an accountability in stand up that I like as a comic. I want to be told by real people what's not okay to talk about anymore or what community wants to be referred to by these words. I don't think that's a cancel. I think that's just being aware that times have changed. I'm 63 years old. When I started, I mean, if I watched my old specials, I'd probably be mortified at the stuff I said, but I like to learn along the way. So believe it or not, I'm not one of these comics that complains about cancel culture. I think that you should change with the times, and I'd like to think that I have. And for example, there's a part of my show where I talk to my gays, and I go, "Where are my gays?" And a bunch of people cheer, and I say, "Look, let me give you a history, because I know the young gays don't like when I say my gays because it's in the possessive. And I understand that. But I want you to know the history is that I'm 63. I have been doing stand up live across the real America for decades when the word wasn't gay. The word began with an F and it was a bad word. And when I say where are my gays, it's really just to mean inclusive, LGBT, everything. And then they clap because they go, okay, good, I get it. But I get it. If the young gays say, well, my gays sounds weird, I go, okay, then let me explain it. But I move on to the funny first. And I do still say stuff that's inappropriate.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. If you come see me live, I'm probably going to be more ballsy and say stuff because there's not cameras around. So, I let it fly. I take no prisoners. I have stories about myself. I have stories about going to Paris Hilton's Christmas party. I have stories about being confronted by celebrities, and then Trump is in criminal court right now. I mean, the irony that I get to be at the Plaza Live and he's sitting in a criminal courthouse is not lost on me or my audience. So there's a certain comedy in that writes itself.
You're going to have fun at the Plaza Live. I saw Paul Reiser there not too long ago.
Oh, I love it.
And it's very classy. When you're there, Kathy, I would encourage you. One of our finest eateries in town is Beefy King. Right across the street.
Writing it down.
Yes,
writing it down.
It is.
Imagine Arby's except in a Rolls Royce. I think that's really what it is. Right across.
Also, be careful with the gay stuff in Orlando. We don't have many of them here, so
what are you talking about?
If you throw out the gay shout, they're probably going to be very quiet. I'm just going to give you a heads up.
Yeah, really quiet. There's no gay people in Orlando.
We only have a few of them. We only have a few of them, and they're very demure.
Yep, very demure.
The swans in our park go around in high heels and drag. So I mean,
that's a drag brunch.
Yeah. Well, Kathy, listen, we really appreciate your time, and we want you to have a great time here in Orlando. It's May 17th, Plaza Live.
Yep.
Get your tickets, plazalive.com. She'll be there 2 hours. She's going to give it all she's got.
Yep, you darn right.
All right,
thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Hey.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you soon. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 7703.
Are you? What?
Just punch the mic a couple times. Get that over with. Hands fine. She had something wrong with her voice. She had a cancer.
That's cancer.
The cancer.
She's recovering from that surgery. That changed her voice. But there was also an audio issue in the first few minutes
but
of that.
You fixed that, or
no?
somebody
They fix it. That was on their end.
You didn't see that rando poking her head into the scene?
No, I saw it. It was.
But she fixed it.
Yeah, she will be live at the Plaza May 17th, and this interview was rescheduled 15 times, and it kind of surprised me a little bit today.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
It has been 3 times it's been rescheduled.
3 times, yeah.
So it's a little bit of a surprise there. My apologies, but the great Kathy Griffin will be in town on the 17th.
Handled it.
Yeah, I thought it was okay too. But she's a unique talent. Boy, I got to tell you, when you talk about the roller coaster ride of being a celebrity, I think she can tell you every single aspect of it, from loading onto the car to the very top to the very, very, very bottom.
Well, you know what? She's not for everybody, but I don't think any comedian is for everybody. But when I remembered that stat about just she, Lily Tomlin, and who was the other one?
Whoopi
Goldberg. Only 3 women to ever
Get a Grammy.
get a Grammy for a comedy album.
And it's those two and her.
I mean, that's hard to argue it. That's hard to argue it.
No, she's had great success. She is a room divider, though. I think with a lot of people, she's a room
for
divider.
sure.
But I will tell you, if even a tenth of the stories that she tells about her encounters with celebrities and big name celebrities are true, they're still very funny.
She reminded me. I don't know if you guys saw 60 Minutes a couple weeks ago when Kevin Hart, they had a segment on there. Anderson Cooper asked him, and he said something very similar to what she said about there's an accountability in comedy.
Yes,
that the reaction is instantaneous. And he said that it was actually gay jokes as well, that he'd made some gay jokes, and he was pretty defensive about it at first until it was, to bring it full circle, I think it was Whoopi Goldberg, who he said sat her down and said, let me explain to why what you're doing.
It cost him the Oscars, right?
Yeah.
And he said she was right.
Yeah.
You know, and I wasn't in a place to hear it at the moment, but I learned.
And on the other side of that, you have the live celebrity roast of Tom Brady last night that streamed live on Netflix, which seemed to go full bore into it was like cancel culture didn't exist. And it was, more locker room talk. I even think that was referenced at one time. But, calling Tom Brady gay happened at least half a dozen times.
Yeah.
So it was just things that there were definite moments where it's like, oh, you don't really hear that anymore.
What people are also, I think what some business owners and people are starting to understand is, they can't cancel everything. And certain people or certain instances or certain businesses are maybe immune to that because of the people who, buy from them or basically, are part of that world, don't get affected by whether or not somebody calls somebody the F word for gays.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect them at all. And they will continue to buy that product because it doesn't really matter to them. And there are people figuring that out, and they're using that. I think there's a bounce back from it. And I would agree. I would think even if you didn't like Kathy Griffin, even if other comedians didn't like Kathy Griffin, what she's been through is admirable because she was one of the first, I remember, that got it, right?
It was pretty instantaneous.
It was instantaneous. And it was at the fervor of the Trump thing in 2015-16 when he did the golden escalator thing. It was right at that, if I remember right.
But it's those first people who do it, who take all the arrows, then allow other people to come along and do it. And I bring up the Dixie Chicks with George W. Bush when they talked about they were on a stage in London and mentioned just like
not being proud to be American or something like that.
About being embarrassed by him.
Yeah.
And there was a huge backlash.
Country music stations all over America the next day.
Oh yeah, they were done. It was done.
Yeah.
They were done.
And another example of a comedian turned politician, Al Franken. Resigned. I think it was within a week. I think
because he made a comment about somebody's boobs or something.
No, he
the picture
acted like he was going to touch him or something like that.
My point being, today, Matt Gaetz would turn that into a fundraiser and get $1 million.
That would be his profile picture.
I mean, it's
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Load them up. It's trivia time. I wonder what we have to give away. Tell you what that is next.
Real radio is the news junkie.
Lance Bass, by the way, the spokesperson for gays.
If he's the spokesperson for gays, who's the spokesperson for lesbians?
It was Ellen Page.
You lost her in a trade.
Be up before that.
The News Junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
This is three-time Pro Bowler LeVar Arrington. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Darvin Ham out as the Lakers head coach. So who's next for LeBron in L.A.? Jason Kidd staying in Dallas. Ty Lue seemingly prefers the Clippers. LeBron's still incredibly impactful, but no longer gives you a free ticket to the NBA Finals. The Lakers could go the friend route and keep LeBron happy or challenge him finally with a real elite coach. I'm Colin Cowder.
Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward, like banners, flyers, signs, and catalogs, some even same day. And now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Offer N61. Visit staples.com/print for details. Staples, your local print and marketing expert.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I'm concerned about my water heater.
If your concern is of a serious nature, press 1. If it's more of a frivolous matter, press 2.
Doesn't even make sense.
Just press 1 or 2.
Fine.
Fine. What are you so concerned about?
My water heater's like 15 years old, and I'm worried it might...
Oh, this is exciting. Has it burst yet?
Well, no, but...
Only a matter of time. Hey, everyone, 15-year-old water heater, place your bets.
Are you laying odds on when my tank will fail?
Have to make this call interesting somehow.
This would never happen at Frank Gay.
True enough. So, $10 buy-in. What's your guess?
Guess I should have called Frank Gay.
When you need a new water heater, it's no time to gamble. You want your problem fixed fast before it turns into a bigger one. That's the Frank Gay way.
I've got a side bet he'll hang up and call Frank Gay in 3, 2, I win!
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Tommy Mello here, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. Springtime savings are here, and now is the perfect time to service your garage. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. If your garage door is noisy, if bugs are getting in, or if it struggles to open, your garage door is in need of repair. From simple repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one. We fix garage doors fast and with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Our springs, rollers, and openers are tested by running them up and down, open and closed all day, 24/7, so you can feel confident with every A1 garage door repair. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home. As the weather starts to warm up, keep those creepy crawlers outside by calling A1 Garage Door Service today and receive the best service, best parts, and best warranty in the industry.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Call today and take advantage of our $29.95 tune-up special.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Do you think a tiny chip in your windshield is nothing to worry about? I'm Pascal with SafeLight. Sooner or later, every chip will crack. So don't wait. Schedule at safelight.com. We can come to you for free and repair that chip fast. And with most insurance, a chip repair is no cost to you. Don't let that tiny chip crack your whole windshield. Go to safelight.com for free mobile service. Conditions may apply.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cuts, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
Elevate your outdoor living space this year using stone. Tanzite has developed stone decking crafted without any plastic composite materials to redefine durability. Visit Tanzite.com to see how stone decking doesn't scratch, stays cooler, isn't slippery, and has all the durability you would expect from stone, which is why it's guaranteed for life. At Tanzite.com, you will see how we developed stone to easily transform any ordinary wood deck. You can even make your deck waterproof for a dry space below. versatile, and adaptable. Tanzite is perfect for decks, stairs, over concrete, or ground applications. Visit Tanzite.com to start planning your project with a free 3D design and construction plan tailored to your space. Order a sample today to witness the incredible beauty and durability firsthand at Tanzite.com. That's TANZITE.com.
I realized that I had depression when everything was going great for me, professionally, creatively, in my relationship, but I was on the cusp of tears with even the simplest of tasks. It wasn't an event that made me sad, it was just being. Then I found out that over 350 million people around the world are affected by depression. It's time we talk about mental health. Go to iHeartRadio.com/talk for tips on how to start the conversation. This has been brought to you by NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and iHeartMedia.
This earful of real radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch. Yeah. At The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Good afternoon, morning, Colbert, Carew, Big T checking in, and I know Miss Deborah is not there today, but I was hoping since Maxwell is here, maybe he could step in and do trivia. Instead of Mistress Deborah, we could have masochistic Maxwell.
Oh my God almighty.
Because he knows I'd be his dirty little piggy any day of the week.
Easy, dude. Easy. Get his number for Scott. All right, 407-916.
Snorting at the end. So the
41 text.
What just happened?
Radio, buddy. Radio just happened.
They like you. I mean, I looked away, Fred.
Right. I read the editorial columns. I see the people that are mad at you. It's Eunice from Tavares.
Yeah, but like I bent down to pick something up and I came back and deliverance was going on. The scene.
You got a pretty writing hand, boy.
I don't think we get the same level of hate that you do.
No, we don't. No.
Well, you all don't let people contact you. Mine comes right to my phone.
Yeah,
that's true.
No.
In fact, I had to learn.
I hide behind three other people.
I had to learn. Like I was at my son's soccer game when he was very young, or much younger, like 12, and I picked up my phone. And it was like just an email from some person I do not know, never heard of. It was like, "Why are you such a douche canoe who's ugly to boot?" And then I'm sitting.
I would love that.
I'm sitting at the sideline of my soccer game, and I'm like, I am thinking about this jack monkey. I am not watching my son play. I'm thinking about this schmuck who I'm never going to see again. And I learned you don't need, be present.
Yeah,
be present in the moment, and you don't need to check. I had to learn to check that stuff at the door as well. But yes, for all your listeners, smaxwell@orlandosentinel.com. It will come directly to my phone. You can call me whatever you want.
Yeah, you got to build that wall, buddy. You got to build that wall. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Scott. And Jack has the Jackie sack. Let's get it.
All aboard. Chugga chugga. Choo choo.
Lickety clack. Lickety clack.
Here we go. All week long, we have a fantastic prize. This is a big event happening a week from Wednesday here in the city. Beautiful. That is Lionel Messi and Inter Miami coming to town to take on our Orlando City Lions at Inter & Co Stadium. You have an opportunity to win a pair of tickets to be at that match. This is not a guarantee that Messi will play. Who knows what's going to happen? It's a Wednesday night matchup, but you will have 2 tickets to be in the stadium where it happens, and that is your prize today for Jim Colbert Show Trivia. It's all Jackie Sack is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. It's who Jimmy should have called when it come time to move everything in his world.
Did it myself.
From one location to another, and that's why he missed a day of work. You shouldn't miss a day of work. Call Cento instead. They're great people, and they'll take better care of your stuff than you will.
That's
right, Jim?
That's right. That's what they do. They actually take better care of your stuff than I ever did. They wrap it up. They treat it nice. I would have literally thrown it into the yard and picked it up downstairs. Oh, my God. It's the worst.
Thanks, Cento.
All right. Thanks. Jack, who goes first today, buddy?
That is going to be Brad, number 1.
Brad, how you doing?
Good. Yourself?
I'm doing good. Would you like to play a little game with us?
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Let's do it, buddy.
Do you want to play a game?
Get the Messi tickets. He just went off the other day, too. He just went off. Like 5 assists and a score in one game or something.
The good thing is Orlando City is hot right now, so they're meeting us at our back.
Yeah, right.
Check that. Let me.
They're not.
Yeah,
going.
I'm going to work on that.
All right, buddy, this is a real easy game. I got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of these answers is untrue, boss. It's a lie. I'm trying to fool you. But if you do happen to find it, I will send you over to the Jackie Sack and get you a pair of tickets to go see Orlando City play Inter Miami, and you get to see the great Lionel Messi. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Here we go, buddy. It's National Nurses Day. That's right. National Nurses Day. Here are 3 fun facts about nurses and 1 lie that needs you to pee in this cup. All right, here we go. Number 1, about 60% of total nurses do not work in hospitals. Number 2, for over 20 years, nurses are the most trusted professionals in America, more than lawyers, doctors, and even clergy. Number 3, on average, a nurse will walk 4 to 5 miles during a 12-hour shift. Or lastly, the symbol for nursing is a lamp. Which of those is a lie?
Ooh, my wife's a nurse, so she's going to kill me if I get this wrong. Ooh, I want to say number 1.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
You're a winner, buddy, right off the bat.
It's higher, right? It's higher. Oh, man.
It's actually lower.
I'm going to see Messi, baby.
Yeah, buddy, you're going to see Messi, baby. And tell your wife she just won you some tickets, player. You're a winner.
Nice.
All right, good job, buddy.
Sorry, Lindsay. Sorry, Eric. Sorry,
sorry,
Scott.
guys. That doesn't happen very often.
All week long, we have these tickets.
Yeah, about 40% of nurses do not work in hospitals. So a little bit more than half are the only ones that actually work in hospitals. The rest work in private offices, buildings elsewhere, other facilities, but they do not work actually in a hospital as a nurse.
You mentioned, and you do such a good job coming up with these questions, that listeners learn something. They do learn something. I learn something when I'm listening. But because of the format, and you know that one's a lie, after it's all over, I have to figure out what it is I learned.
Jack eats it too. So it is true. This is true. For over 20 years, nurses have been the most professional or trusted professionals in America. When they poll people, it's not even close. Nurses are more trusted than lawyers, doctors, and even people's own pastors.
Probably running neck and neck with newspaper columnists.
Yeah, probably, yeah. On average, a nurse does walk 4 to 5 miles a day. They say about a 5K every shift.
Wow.
Is what a nurse does, a little bit more than that, because a 5K is only like a mile and a third or something, right? 3.1. That's it. I got it backwards. See, 1/3.
Yeah.
And then the symbol for nursing is a lamp. Do you know why? Because when
they work overnight, they stay overnight with the patient.
That's a great guess. Where did nursing begin? There's one
in the war.
One person.
Florence Nightingale.
That's right. And when she would visit the tents during the war, she came in with a lamp. So her name was the Lady with the Lamp. So the lamp now is the symbol for nursing, and that's why. The first nursing school in America opened in 1873 in New York City at Bellevue Hospital.
I was going to say Poughkeepsie. I didn't know we were looking for a year.
Yeah. The first recorded nurses go back to what year? The first recorded nurse, a person who was specifically built to help you convalesce. What year was that? I'll let you guess on this one.
That's not Florence Nightingale.
That is not Florence Nightingale.
So this is probably back to like somebody waiting on Cleopatra or something like that.
Yeah, go for it.
100 AD.
Oh, I will go 101.
You can't do that.
Yes, you can.
You just got Bradshawed. It's 300 AD.
Oh, come on. I nailed it.
Yeah, in Rome. The Roman Empire is the first one to reign.
You're the douche canoe.
All right. Here we go. Some form
so
of
glad I went the right way.
Some form of nursing is what position in jobs in America? Some form of nursing holds this position when it comes to the most jobs in America, or the best job in America.
Ranked?
Yes.
Like the number?
Yes. I make that too hard?
Yeah.
It's number 1.
Okay.
Nursing is considered the number 1 ranked job in the
it's
in
like
the country.
to have.
To have. I'm sorry. Did I word that improperly? You can help me out here, columnist. My God, dude.
Yeah.
In other words, nurse practitioner is considered the best job in America.
Well, look at it this way. The job's never going anywhere. Healthcare to begin with.
Never.
But more relevant is doctors, there's a shortage.
Yes.
So we are moving more of our healthcare over to PAs
3 to 1.
and to nurses.
It's 3 to 1. Three nurses for every doctor.
And if you have any kind of long hospital stay, I guarantee you're going to remember your nurse more than you will your surgeon, who you will fleetingly see.
And by the way, you'll see the nurse more, and the doctor could be 50 doctors. I mean, when my mom was in, that last few weeks, we saw 4 specialists that were all, quote, her doctor. And I was so frustrated at the end. I'm like, which one of you guys really is? Is this like to tell the truth? Like, I am your mom's real doctor.
That sounds like the world's worst game show. Played out in a surgical room.
It was that clownish. I'm going to be dead honest with you.
You got me. I'm the janitor.
Right. And then one of them would give opposite advice to the other. It was really
frustrating.
It was a madhouse out there. All right, then lastly here, and Jack will go first so you can Bradshaw.
Yeah.
How many working nurses are there in America?
You want to go first?
No, Jack's going first.
No, I do not.
I will go 140,000.
Oh, it's a lot more than that. You know what? I'm bigger than you.
Go for it.
I'm going to go 500,000.
Oh my God, you guys are way up. It's Scott, your winner. It's 3 million.
Okay.
All right. 3 million. Ding him up, dude.
Well, I had to be at least low enough to.
It's too far away for a bell.
Son of a bitch. This guy's the worst. All right. 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills Air.
All lanes are blocked on I-95 northbound near U.S. Highway 1. Traffic is actually being diverted through the median to the southbound lanes of I-95. Expect bumper-to-bumper traffic in both directions. Authorities are clearing up a couple accidents on I-4 westbound before Central Florida Parkway, westbound before World Drive. If you see any other traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by MD Now Urgent Care. For over 15 years, Floridians have trusted the physician-led team at MD Now Urgent Care for high-quality health care. From injuries and illnesses to school and sports physicals, MD Now Urgent Care is here to get you back to better. Find a location near you at mdnow.com and use their convenient web check-in today.
Time for a new bathroom. Rebath of Mid-Florida can do that for you with incredible products, incredible installation time, and an incredible warranty. All of those things are true. Your bathroom goes in just 4 to 6 days. It's done by their employees, no subcontractors. When the job is done, you get a lifetime. That starts with an L, lifetime warranty guarantee on the products and the install. And guys, these products are amazing. You can actually see them real life in their showroom, 436 Up and Altamont, right across from Kobe. You'll walk in. You'll see a few models set up there. Those models are just to show you what the products look like when they're put together to be a bathroom. Every bathroom at Rebath is a custom bathroom, and even better, you can make it more custom because if you mention us when you go to Rebath, they'll give you $800 in upgrades. Use that how you will. Fixtures, a floating shower door, maybe upgrade your tile, maybe you upgrade some cabinetry. They can do it there. $800. Just mention the Jim Colbert Show, and they'll take good care of you. Don't forget online, rebathmidfla.com. That's where you can see the before and afters of work they've actually done, including our very own buddy Daryl Payne here from Paw Affection Dog Training. He got 2 bathrooms from these guys. They killed it for him. They'll do it for you. And remember, $800 in upgrades if you simply mention the Jim Colbert Show. It's rebathmidfla.com.
Hi, everybody. It's Savannah Guthrie here with Hoda Kotb from The Today Show.
You know that saying, you learn something new every day? Well, it is so true.
Yes, every morning on Today, it's those little tips that can help save you time and improve your day.
From the simplest ways to save money right now to incredible kitchen and cleaning hacks that you never knew existed. Just remember,
see it, hear it, learn it on Today.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Every morning, right here on NBC.
Save time and money with the aluminum fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need for an average backyard of 120 feet starting at $23.65. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License numbers C10252 and C10803.
These days, the cost of fixing or replacing things in your home is going through the roof with no end in sight. Air conditioning replacement, $6,000. New refrigerator, $1,500. Flat screen TV, $1,200. Don't wait till it's too late. Call Everything Breaks now before something else breaks. For as little as $1 a day, Everything Breaks can cover it all. Appliances, plumbing, air conditioning, home electronics, including cell phones and more. Everything Breaks covers repairs your insurance doesn't, saving you hundreds, even thousands on unexpected repair bills. Call Everything Breaks now before something else breaks. Call for your free quote. Call 855-865-SAVE. That's 855-865-SAVE.
Get it all covered your way, 'cause everything breaks.
Limitations Restrictions and exclusions apply. See plan terms and conditions for details. Coverage not available in all states. Actual savings may vary based on the coverage plan and repairs needed. Call 855-865-SAVE. Online at GoEverythingBreaks.com.
I love playing pranks on my sister, and this deal going on at McDonald's is my chance to take the lead. Enjoy any 2 items for $3.79 from the iconic McDouble, the McChicken, a 4-piece chicken McNuggets, small fries to even a small soft drink. I'm gonna pair my McDouble with her small fries, but secretly pull her fries out of the bag. She won't even notice. Hey, where'd the fries go? Sounds like my prank just got fried. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
Not to brag, but I've been crushing it lately. And all credit goes to frozen drinks from McDonald's. Clean my apartment while crushing an ice-cold Oreo frappe. Love that chocolate flavor. Hint of coffee and Oreo cookie pieces. Crush work in overtime thanks to a drizzly caramel frappe. Even fix my own car while crushing a creamy mocha frappe. Start crushing it yourself with a delicious, refreshing frappe from Mickey D's. There are drinks. Then there are drinks from McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. At participating McDonald's for a limited time, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group used under license.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. Or this one. I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better, unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Car crash? Call Klausman, KlausmanLaw.com. That's Klausman.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I've got a leaking...
To leave us a testimonial saying how happy you are with our service, press 1.
But you haven't even...
For all other inquiries, please hang up.
Wait, what?
Hang up and call Frank Gay. We're busy watching the game.
You know what? I think I will.
When you have a leak, you need solutions on your schedule. A helpful expert who can find the problem and fix it fast.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, bank, B-A-N-K, bank. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Hi, this is Rachel from the chat. I agree with you guys about being late. People need to be taught better. Like, if you're late, then you make it so that my appointment runs late.
Thank you.
But here's something else. I held a reservation recently on a card for brunch on my card, and 2 girlfriends could not show up for different unforeseen reasons. And so I was charged $20 for both of them added to my brunch. And that wasn't cool because that was beyond my control.
Yeah, you have to go to your friends and get that $20, honey. I'm sorry. And thanks for listening and thanks for being in the chat. I appreciate that. But that's going to be on your friends who dogged you out. Yeah, because if they no show, like if you make reservations and they no show, it's on you. I mean, it is. It's just on you. That's how it is. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. You could go get your money from your friends. Scott's in.
That's not an awkward conversation at all. However, if you'd like us to do it.
Yeah.
put their phone numbers in the chat, and we could call them on the air.
Is this another one for Judge Jim?
Yeah, look, dude, I'll turn the entire show into that. I mean, you just send me your problems, and we will make the phone call and alleviate those issues.
I do not mean this as an insult, Jim.
It feels like already it's an insult.
I don't sense there's going to be a lot of deliberation in this court. I feel like the verdicts are going to be rendered swiftly and mercilessly.
Scott, I've got a quote. It's something I live by forever. One side of the story is fine.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we have a listener who's all in support of Judge Jimmy here.
Yes, I am fully behind and supportive of #JusticeJimmy.
Yeah.
Best show on television. Seriously, I heard something recently that in Finland, I believe, they fine you relative to your pay. So if you make a lot of money, you get fined a lot of money, and vice versa if you're poor. As we all know, these big fines or even small fines don't mean anything to a rich person.
Sure don't.
I'm with you, Jimmy. Throw them under the jail. Make them do community service.
Man, they'd be cleaning toilets left and right if I was the judge. Let me tell you, I love that creative judge thing.
And
you learn more.
There's a bigger issue with what that caller just talked about. That's who our jail down on 33rd Street is full of. Poor people. It is people who do not have the financial ability to post bail. Rich people, there's two systems of justice in this country, man. And rich people do not have to await trial down in a cell with 20 other guys.
You know that used to drive crazy, and it really, and because he's not naive by any means, but he's learned about life in stages. That's our boy Ross, right? When I remember that he went into about a three week not funk, but it's just something that was on his mind. And with Ross, I mean, when something was on his mind, it was pretty readable. And he hated that because there was a certain case that came through that did that, and a guy was just able to pay his way out of it. But somebody who does that same crime without means, they wind up doing time. And the idea of that drove him crazy.
It is rotten. And I will tell you, there's a judge out of Seminole County named Judge O.H. Eaton. I got to know him pretty well. He sentenced quite a few people to death. He will tell you that the reason it is called capital punishment is because those without the capital get the punishment.
Right, exactly.
Because when you don't have a defense, you're far more likely to be sentenced to death.
Yeah, and all it takes is a quick glance of the headlines to see that's the case, and especially if you see ones that have been let out after being convicted of illegally for years, some of them 30 years of their life behind bars. Because they needed somebody to put in jail.
I don't want to turn this whole segment into a depressing thing. But one last thing I will tell you. I've written about a number of wrongful convictions. And when I got together with a couple of lawyers, and these are people who, like, after 20 years, DNA showed they did not do it. I said, why? How does this happen? They said, I will tell you, there's one thing everyone who's ever been wrongly convicted has in common, and that's that they don't have anybody else on their side.
Yeah.
That when you have a family, when you have money, when there's people, these are the people who sit in a courtroom by themselves and have nothing other than a public defender.
The same people that our Secret Service goes after for assassins, because those special forces guys, same kind of thing though. They get them because they don't have any family, they don't have any familial contacts.
So you could either be convicted or on United States Special. Okay.
The point is, there's no way to, there's no tracking them, right? There's no, There's no people there for him. You're right.
You want a gavel? We should get you a gavel.
I don't want a gavel.
For Justice Jimmy.
Well, he just beat the hell out of the microphone a few minutes ago.
I'll buy the gavel.
Oh, stop.
Get on Joe's microphone.
I got to tell you.
Way more expensive.
You think we're cutting at least once a week. I think this would be a very popular segment.
But people just send me a problem
and here's what happened. I remember how angry I used to get at my kids, right? I remember one time, like, slamming a pet rock thing, and the acid that made the pet rock went into my eyeball. I went to the emergency room because I threw a fit over my son who'd made me angry. If Judge Jimmy was around, I wouldn't get angry. I'd say, you know what? I'm just going to wait until Tuesday.
Right.
Judge Jimmy's going to render your punishment, son.
Now, here's the thing. Are you going to be? You have to carry out what I say, because when I tell you, your son did that, boil his hands.
Yeah.
So if you,
boil his hands,
boil his hands for a short period of time, it works. I'm just saying, just a dip in there, as if you're defeathering a chicken. The same exact time.
Hey, I am having second thoughts about.
Now you know why last week. You know why Scott was so giddy last week on his way to see his son graduate, because it was just like such a seminal moment in their lives.
Was I don't forget whether they were sea monkeys or something.
Oh yeah.
But he'd asked for something one too many times. I was in a tuxedo. We were getting ready to go out to a black tie event. I slammed the thing. The stuff goes in my eye, and I kept trying to yell, and I was like, "Wait, oh my sweet baby!" Gee.
That would be the best headline of all time.
Winter Park
columnist
Hospital
in tuxedo.
emergency room. Yeah.
Columnist in tuxedo injured by sea monkey.
Yeah.
That's the headline.
Yeah.
And so you were probably hosting an event. They probably just called Johnny Magic instead.
Yeah. Or he was already there. He waits outside charity events in a tux just in case. Because he does like 300 of them
It was
a year.
not my proudest moment. We used to have there was a therapist my son had once seen when he was like 4, and he talked about this guy called the anger monster. He used to tell my
Hi,
son,
I'm Jim.
keep the anger. All my friends were like, "Oh, that anger monster was all up in your grill that night."
Yeah. I have to tell you, people used to be like, "Dan, are you always that mad?" I said, "No, I'm not always that mad. I'm mostly that mad." I don't live with that much anger anymore. I had to cut that off, man, because I'm telling you, when you live with that much anxiety, with people like making you crazy, you have to learn. You have to get some woosahs going or something to kind of calm that down, because it'll make you, let's say, lose your hair and turn gray before your age.
Anyway,
that's what
No, you save it for work, because we were all out Saturday night. You are affable, fun, nice, caring guy.
Don't tell anybody.
I was shocked.
You're ruining my bit.
It's all true. It was a perfect.
Well, it's 3 margaritas, guys. Anybody can be fun with 3 margaritas in like 40 minutes. Those things were too good. My wife, when I ordered that third one, my wife gave me that you shouldn't do that look, but she didn't say anything because we were around friends. But that look she got me, I'm like, oh, you can't say anything. I'm having it.
That's how that works.
Like a 10-year-old.
That's how you flex.
That next,
you can't say anything. I already drank it.
That next one though, you'd have heard it. That next one, like Jimmy. That's what you'd have heard. I'm like, okay, just take that back. Yeah, you can still charge me
Is
for it.
Jimmy
Just take
when
it
you're
back.
in
Yeah.
trouble?
Oh, yeah.
My father was James, and it was the exact same thing. When my mother said Jimmy, it was run to your room.
My dad tells a story. Up until he was 11 years old, he thought his last name was Damn It.
Yeah.
Because his mom would say, Jimmy, damn it. Every single time he'd be getting into some kind of trouble or anything like that.
Yeah, we got middle names. That was the other thing. Scott Holland.
Your middle name is Holland?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
My mother's maiden name.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
I'll be damned. Did not know that. I didn't know if it had a land provision with it.
No, I know it sounds like the whitest name ever.
Yeah, it is.
But
Scott Holland Maxwell.
Yeah.
Almost Regal.
Almost, but not quite.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to tell you guys this before we get over to Ray Trindley, who's waiting for us outside. And this is something I just had pulled as an interest story. We have little short segments, and I think stuff like this is very interesting.
All right.
Are you guys aware of what happens when a shipwreck is found? Do you understand the protocol?
The country of origin, no matter how long ago, has to lay claim to it, or they do have a claim. Like if they set sail from France, it would be the government of France who has, I guess, ownership over it.
I thought it was the 4th revision of the Magna Carta, known as Finders Keepers.
No, it's not the Finders Keepers.
I do love that revision.
It is interesting because here's the thing. I'll tell you a little secret I learned yesterday. This is via Fox News, right? So one of the things that you didn't know about shipwrecks is this. When you hear about them, let's say you hear about a famous shipwreck. Hey, this shipwreck was found at Untold Riches, blah, 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 blah. More than likely, that shipwreck was found anywhere from 5 to 7 years before you heard a word about it. Because there is a protocol of duty when shipwrecks are found in any country by any government. And it says as to why the shipwreck, because they're talking about the shipwreck that was found, and it was found in 2020, but they're just talking about it now, 4 years later. And the reason why is because they go through great lengths to verify not only the ship is what it is, but to verify who was on the ship, who passed with the ship, and make any possibility to connect with the people who are related to the people who passed on the ship. Like, it is pretty amazing. It says, why do we wait so long to release that? Every one of these stories is important and deserves to be told with the utmost honor and respect. They just found one in Lake Erie, I think, or Lake Michigan, that they had found for a while. They think there's about 10,000 shipwrecks in the Great Lakes.
Wow.
And they found this one, but because they go through and they create this entire portfolio of what the ship was, where it was built, before they release that, so that when they do release that the shipwreck was found, they have an entire kind of story to tell rather than to go, hey, we found this ship, more to come.
So I can't get my chest of gold.
No, you
if
can't
I
get your
find
chest
it
of gold
immediately.
I thought that was kind of interesting because I never knew that they did that. I thought you would be like, woohoo, found it. It was like an Easter egg hunt, right? I didn't think you'd have to hold on to that information before you verified anything. We're not journalists here.
You're also like a cartoon captain.
All right, 407.
He's a cartoon judge. Why not?
916-1041. Your 6 o'clock keyword, by the way, is bank, BANK. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. Back in a sec with our buddy Ray Trenley from TK Law.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio. At 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by Gringos Locos and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James, Miguel, Ken, and Mike. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
There's a couple accidents on I-4 to watch out for. Westbound before Central Florida Parkway, westbound before World Drive. Slowdowns on Florida's Turnpike southbound between Oakland Exchange and Hancock Road. All lanes are blocked northbound on I-95 before U.S. Highway 1. Traffic is actually being diverted to the southbound lanes through the median. Just travel with caution through there. See traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by MD Now Urgent Care. For over 15 years, Floridians have trusted the physician-led team at MD Now Urgent Care for high-quality health care. From injuries and illnesses to school and sports physicals, MD Now Urgent Care is here to get you back to better. Find a location near you at mdnow.com and use their convenient web check-in today.
Yeah, let me just look at my weather app. Oh, my God. 92, 95, 97, 96. Kids, it is here. Summer is hot. Is your AC ready for it? Mills Air says if it's not, give them a call. They'll get that preventive maintenance plan installed. You'll be good to go. That's basically a tune-up for your AC. They come in, make sure everything's solid, all the parts are there, everything is going to work. It's going to get you through summer. But, man, if you've even thought 1 second that maybe your AC's teetering and it's not ready for this summer, give these guys a call. Let them get you that preventive maintenance plan to find out if your AC is ready. They've been doing it for 30-plus years. Let them use that experience to make sure you don't get left in the hot out there when it gets really boiling here in Central Florida. These guys are Carrier factory authorized dealers. That can get you up to $1,275 in rebates for a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier and certainly turn to our friends over at Mills Air. These guys are family owned and operated, and they are dying to help you today. Give them a call. It's 407-277-1159. Easy to find online. It's millsair.com.
When you call me for an injury case, you don't pay a dime unless we win. The call and the advice are always free. Injured on the go, just call Mo. 866-CALL-MO. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorneys.
In St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, it might feel like there's not enough time to take everything in. Because once you're done exploring 42 miles of pristine coast, marveling at historical architecture, and enjoying world-class food, it'll be time to check out and head home. But that's okay. You can always stay just one more day. Visit floridashistoriccoast.com to learn more. It's about time.
Tommy Mello here, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. Springtime savings are here, and now is the perfect time to service your garage. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. We fix garage doors fast and with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home. Call A1 Garage today and receive the best service, best parts, and best warranty in the industry.
A1 from day one.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, "Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing." Or this one, "I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better," unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Hey everybody, it's Savannah and Hoda from the Today Show. From the simplest ways to save money to incredible hacks you never knew existed. Just remember, see it, hear it, learn it on Today.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Every morning on NBC.
It's brand new, season 2. I'm Marissa Thalberg.
And I'm Stephen Wolfadata, and we're excited to be back having bigger, bolder, and always real conversations.
Straight from the C-suite front lines of marketing, media, and more.
We have great friends joining from people you may know, like Wilmer Valderrama and Bobby Burke.
And people you'll want to know. So grab a coffee or, hey, even an Aperol Spritz and come join us on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Open your free iHeart app today and search brand new.
Discover the new Buick SUVs in stock now at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Hey guys, I hope you guys are doing well. It's Mo Manji, the realtor. I'm wondering, we have Mr. Maxwell today on Monday. So every time I hear his voice, my butt clenches and I'm waiting for bad news. So will he be calling us again on Wednesday or Thursday, whenever his day is, to give us bad news? Thanks, bye.
He's been calling on Wednesdays for about 4 decades or so. Yeah, Wednesday. You'll hear him on Wednesday.
Yeah, he wants to know, well, since he's on Monday, will he also be on Wednesday
he will.
for the bad news report?
No, but it's a very fair question. You can only handle but so much of me and in very small doses.
I think you're quite charming, Scotty.
This is a
Well,
long
I
stretch.
have no problem.
I think Momanji is the problem isn't with Scott; it's with the bad news he always seems to bring.
Sure,
I'm like
By letting us-
sriracha. Just a little goes a long way. I think.
I like sriracha. All right, welcome back. I am Jim. Scott is here. So is Jack. And every single Monday around 6:20, we invite this guy to come by. He is the owner, operator, and main man over at TK Law. The office is right there in Altamont Springs. The website, easy. OneFirmForLife.com. Good and loud for our friend, Mr. Ray Trinley.
Yeah!
I'm more of a sriracha and mayo kind of guy.
Oh, yeah, that's a
I don't
good
know what
one.
that says about me, but
Let me hit you with this one. You ready? Here's another one for you. Half and half, exact measures of sriracha and honey.
oh yeah.
And then throw in some red pepper flakes into that, and then drizzle that over anything you like, my friend.
Fried chicken. That sounds
fried
pretty
chicken is
good.
delicious with it. That's actually the #1 thing I do it with.
there's a seasoning you can get that's similar to that. It's like a
gochujang.
Yeah.
That's a
It's
good
very
one.
similar to that.
Yeah, it is really, really good. But yeah, sriracha honey is a very good mix.
On pizza.
Oh yeah, it's
Have
great.
you done that before?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We do Mike's Hot Honey on our pizzas all the time.
Yeah.
I can play your seasoning game.
Oh God.
All right. Last night, I took salt, onion powder, and Jim Colbert Show steak seasoning.
Nice. That's a good one.
Mix it together, put it on popcorn.
Yeah. You love
You
my
love
stuff.
the popcorn.
He loves my stuff
I
on
do,
popcorn.
I do like the popcorn.
Did you ever use
Oh,
that
yes, I've been using it.
silicone popcorn thing?
It's very good. So they were talking me out of microwave popcorn, Scott, and Ray bought me this silicone. It's a pop-up thing, but it's a microwave popper. So you buy regular corn kernels, little bit of oil, and then you pop it in there, and it's you don't
Perfect
get all
every
the
time.
packaging that you
Did
get.
you hear blah 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 blah? It's cheaper, and then decide to.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
That's actually how the conversation
And those
went.
linings of the bags are really bad for the environment. They're loaded with those PFAs, by the way.
Well, but I lick everything off it, and then
right.
that
bad.
solves that problem.
Yeah. The saliva just really helps break it down.
Ray, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Not too bad. How was your weekend? Good one?
Busy weekend.
You a derby guy?
I'm not a derby guy. I went to one derby party my entire life, and I realized it's really not my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People, I get it.
Was it the seersucker or the bourbon?
I don't mind the seersucker or the bourbon. It's here's what I'll say. So I grew up in South Florida, and there's a period of time in my life where I worked at horse barns, and I look at horses probably different than a lot of people look at horses.
They're mean AF.
No, they
see.
make,
It's the opposite,
make
man.
big
There's
booze.
like a seductive look that a horse will give you. Like they just look into your soul, and they just look into your soul, and they.
Oh yeah, tell us more. Tell us more about this.
Oh, it's Equus.
Tell me more about this horse attraction. Friendly.
And they just have like an emotion to them.
Yeah.
And so, like,
but if they don't like you, if a horse does not like you, I hear it's not good.
But you're saying racing them gets under your skin.
well, it's not. Morally, I'm not opposed to the racing part. It's the what happens when it's no longer useful as a race horse.
Oh yeah, of course. That's no good.
And so I've just never really been able to get into it. And
That's what you should go for cockfighting.
yeah,
Much-
I have no
much more
chickens.
humane.
They got
Yeah.
small brains.
Yeah, they're going to get eaten anyway. It doesn't matter, right? It's
And I'm a
just
big
short-
fried chicken fan.
Yeah,
so
sure.
what happens afterwards, I'm down for.
I just think everybody knows what they're in for at a cockfighting event.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Speaking of which, did you guys watch the roast last night?
I heard about that.
did,
We were going to talk about that a little bit earlier, but we got tangented a little bit. But I heard it was incredible. Is it up yet? Is the whole thing up yet?
Oh yeah. Well, they streamed it live. I can't imagine it not being ready.
I was going to say, I think you could watch it immediately afterwards.
Okay, good. Yeah.
But yeah, it was it was kind of like that, kind of like a Wild Night in Tijuana, except.
Let me ask you a quick question about that.
Yeah.
All right. So slander and libel are things.
Yeah.
Right? In that context, could you legally even do that? Like in a setting like that, could you say something on that stage that's supposed to be considered like a joke, but had enough truth where somebody could sue you for libel or slander?
Man, you know my rule now. You could sue anybody for almost anything.
I know.
But I will say Tom Brady was a willing participant. It's really the other people in the crowd that cut some strays, you know.
But also, as a public figure, there's a higher higher level of difficulty to prove slander.
So anyway, but could it happen? Yeah, but you're at an event where you expect people to be saying things and
sideways.
Yeah. It was interesting.
Well, I don't know if Giselle asked for any of that.
Yeah,
that's a fair point. I'm sure she probably was aware that she was going to come up at some point.
If you're married to somebody like that, there's a reasonable expectation you're going to get fallout from that.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens all the time.
Yeah. So anyway, it was interesting, but there were some of the jokes that, and I'm not one that's easily offended. There were some jokes that were just not funny.
Yeah, there's for the sake of being mean. I mean, that's I
don't even know. I don't mind the mean stuff. Yeah. It's just the stuff that's just. It's just not funny.
Yeah, the Robert Kraft thing is the thing that's getting all the noise because Jeffrey Ross, who is considered like the roast master of all time, I don't know that he does anything else. I think he writes.
According to the show last night, that's all he does.
That's what people have ragged on him for years, that he does this, but he does it quite well. And he made a massage joke about Robert Kraft, and Tom Brady got out of his chair and came over and leaned into him and said, "Don't say that ish again anymore." Basically, like that's his boy.
I think that was part of the show a little bit.
You think that was staged?
Yeah.
I do not. I don't think Tom has that gear.
No, but
I don't think Tom has that gear. Tom's not funny.
Bill Belichick, he was actually very funny. He
did well.
Well enough. Nikki Glaser,
He's no
and
Peyton Manning.
Tom Brady, and Julian Edelman, I thought had the three best sets.
Also, this Tony guy, which
Belichick was great.
I'm not familiar with this pop burning Tony or
killing Tony.
Killing Tony. It was pretty damn funny.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
It's Kill Tony, actually, is the name of the show. It's a big thing. Rogan, a bunch of those guys are kind of part of that whole thing, part of that mothership.
There were some Rogan comments in there.
A lot of those guys are part of that Rogan crew, Shane Gillis, and that new crew of comedy out of Austin, Texas.
Yeah, no, and I don't know. I thought it was interesting, but there was some stuff that I didn't think was
Nikki
funny.
Glazer's
she killed it.
She's a murderer.
She was fantastic.
I'm seeing her live in a couple weeks.
Are you?
She's legit.
I would definitely go after seeing that.
Yes.
I would definitely go see her.
She was a great interview. Remember we talked to her a few years back?
Yes.
She came into town. She was wonderful. It's like talking to your best friend that happened to be a girl. I mean, she was like really cool.
Gronk took a lot of bullets.
Yeah. From Belichick. I mean, he took a good shot from Belichick.
I mean, Bill Belichick ended up doing pretty well.
Can I tell you something? I think it really helped him because you got to remember he didn't get a coaching job.
Yeah, that
and there were rumors that other people there were rumors that other coaches were like that the owner of Kraft was calling other teams and saying, "Hey man, just so you know, behind the scenes, this is this guy dealing with this guy." So he didn't get a job, and now he's broadcasting. And then he got to turn that on Gronk a little bit.
Yeah, well, Julian Edelman made a really great joke. I guess whenever they messed up, he'd always like yell at them and say, "Come on, guys! Like the high school football team could do this." And so Julian Edelman kind of turned it on him and said, "Hey, listen, now I realized why you made all those jokes. Like that's the only job you could get once Tom Brady left."
Oh my God!
Oh, it was good. It was good. But anyway. I forgot how cockfights. Some things that were really funny at one point in time. But yeah, there were just a lot of jokes that I think missed for me. I was really disappointed in Bert Kreischer and
Tom Segura.
Tom Segura.
Yeah, that was a little flat.
That was that was really underwhelming.
Their comedy is kind of Kreischer's just kind of a madman drunk guy, like a bro. He's like the professional bro. But Segura's comedy isn't really built for stuff like that. I don't think.
They're the only one. They did it in front of a screen, and it was kind of a slideshow thing that it just didn't work as well as some of the other stuff.
I mean, when you talk to him, we talked to him just a little while ago, and he doesn't almost even seem like a comic. He's just like a commentary guy.
Yeah, but it overall is pretty good.
So what do you have for us today, buddy? What's going on?
Man, I'll tell you what. So this is something that comes up fairly regularly, but we're seeing a huge uptick. And actually, on the drive over, man, I heard a commercial for LifeLock. And so...
that's the LifeLock that protects your personal information and stuff?
Correct, yeah. So it's personal identity protection. So they said something like 15 million people have had their identities stolen this year, according to the commercial. I don't know if that fact is true. But in my professional life, I've been involved in these cases that people have their identities stolen, and it's so emotionally and mentally draining that
and so intrusive.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it kind of creates a paranoia, right? So, how do you get into a situation like this? There's lots of different credential attacks. Sometimes you click on something and you input your credentials. Sometimes people have direct access to your phone or your system, and that's how they get access. But it kind of makes you start looking over your shoulder at every turn, right? And so there's just a couple things that I've thought about that I thought would be helpful for listeners when I heard that ad on the way over that were really helpful. So the first thing is you notify all the major credit bureaus. So you got TransUnion, Equifax.
This is if you've been breached. If it's been guaranteed that you have been breached,
that's right.
Your identity is in the realm of being stolen, or you've been.
Right, you see money transactions happening out of your bank account. You see credit cards being utilized. Whatever the case is. Obviously, the best case scenario is that somebody got access to your system, so you do something before that happens. But you notify the credit bureaus immediately, right? So what they'll do is they'll put flags and they'll make sure that if there's any credit being approved or applied for, that they do something. You contact your bank institutions, right? And you kill the credit cards, get new credit cards issued. You can also suspend and pause your online banking so that no transactions can happen. And so they have temporary holds and they've got permanent holds.
They've entire departments like that for most major banks, where you just call the fraud department.
The fraud department.
And once you engage those guys, I've had to do this once before in my life, unfortunately, for a really minor situation.
Right.
But I freaked out completely because I was like, well, if they got that,
right.
They're going to go after everything else. So I was on the phone with their fraud department. They engage pretty quickly.
Right. You want to make sure you contact local law enforcement, right? You want a police report. So let's just say that they buy, I don't know, an iPad. Right, and they spend $1,200 on an iPad for you. Well, not for you; it's not going to you. But you want to have that police report so that way you can contact your bank, dispute those charges, and say, "I had my identity stolen, and I want to make sure that I don't have to pay for this iPad that I've never actually got."
Right.
The FBI and the FTC also have identity theft protection complaints sites, so you can notify the FTC and the FBI. They'll do their own investigation. Again, you're just creating some documentation.
Right. And is it true with the companies like LifeLock? And I know this is not an ad for LifeLock. You just heard that coming over here. And I don't really know much about them outside of they protect that.
Right.
But they also have an insurance program that if you're under their protection, if you've paid them to do that and something happens, they will cover a certain amount of that up to a certain dollar, right?
Yeah, so I think their base coverage is $1 million.
Okay, that's not bad.
They'll cover up to $1 million in lost...
You're choosing what kind of coverage you want. We happened to look at it last week again.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, however much coverage, you're paying more for different levels.
The different levels, right?
Yeah. And so they do...
I only want it to cover my diner's card.
Okay, then that's going to be a cheap policy.
$8.
I was going to say the policy might actually cost you more than if you... So they do have different programs, different plans, and they'll monitor different information. Another thing that we're seeing more and more frequently... And, this has really been since COVID. If I were to kind of pinpoint when I've seen this, is these real estate transaction scams. Have you guys seen those where people will go record a deed and they'll forge your signature and say, guess what? They sold me this house and here's the quitclaim deed. that's happening more and more common. Now that we have online access to the clerk of courts, people are able to take your signature, replicate it, print it, and go record a quitclaim deed, and now they technically, according to property records, own your house.
That's what doesn't surprise me is that can be done.
Right.
What has surprised me is how hard it is to fix.
Undo it. Undo it is
when
very
everybody
hard.
involved even when everybody involved seems to understand.
And it was a scam.
This was a scam.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and so
why is that, wonder I? mean, what are they protecting themselves against, though?
So our property laws go back to England, right? Before the United States was formed is when we created these property laws. And the symbolism of a deed goes back to exchanging dirt, literally exchanging dirt.
Right.
And so they haven't changed much in 250 years. And so obviously technology has changed pretty significantly in 250 years.
A bit of a jump, yes.
And so the law is a really good example of where the law has not adapted with technology. And so the problem is that the law says this is how we track title to real estate. A, B, C, C to D, right?
Right.
Very simple. And we go from oldest to newest and back from newest to oldest. And if that checks out, then that's the rightful owner. Even if you get a court order that says that was fraud, that doesn't change A, B to B, C to C, D.
That's unbelievable.
So you got to file another action.
Wow, man.
To direct the clerk in the property records.
Now, can I ask you,
that.
do you have to have an attorney to do this, or are these forms that you can find online to do it? Because, I mean, all I see is money.
Yeah, money.
All I see is just more
money.
and more money. Oh, every time you open your
say
mouth,
it
it's money.
with a frown, and he's smiling.
No, not at all.
I know.
It's a huge bureaucratic mess. And even the attorneys I know, and I don't do this type of work, but even the attorneys I know that do real estate transactions every single day, and this is all they do is title work. They hate it because they have to talk to me, a litigation attorney, while I have to talk to them, a transactional attorney, and we have to get on the same page, and it is such a colossal disaster. And you're right. It is not easy. There are no forms.
Yeah.
There's no button you can push to just erase it. And that's a good thing, too.
Yeah.
Right? Conceptually, we don't want that magic button that just deletes property records.
But the language of those things has to be pretty concise. I'm kind of dealing with that a little bit right now myself in this transaction because of some stuff around the house that I purchased. Now there's some questions on what goes and what doesn't go.
Defining what.
And when you look at this piece of paper we have, the definitions of it, if even a bit broad, could be, I guess, interpreted in a number of ways to support a number of arguments. So even if you go through you cross your T's and dot your I's, you have to really make sure that the language of something like that is very specific.
Yeah.
Like really specific.
And again, property laws haven't changed much.
Right.
Because of that, the easy fixes don't really exist.
Right. And, again, when it comes to protecting yourself from having your identity stolen, you need to absolutely make sure that you do that because it happens way faster than you think. And for the record, again, I think one of the biggest misconceptions with identity theft is that you have to be some rube that doesn't pay attention to anything or, you're just you're just an innocent bystander.
Right.
This happens to a lot of different people, to all ilks of humanity. This happens.
Some of my most successful clients, whether it's in business or in life, have had this happen to them.
My buddy Code Black will tell you the same thing.
I heard some stat that it's now like 1 out of every 3 people.
So in being involved in this, talking to some of these bankers, right? They get 15 to 20 of these a weekend where they get clients saying, "Hey, I've had some type of identity theft, and I need action." And these are not. Some of them are national banks, but some of the bankers I've been talking to.
Or they're on staff now. Like a lot of those people, companies have those people on staff now to make sure that they don't have any issues like that. It's not even a thing. It's not even you hire out an IT guy anymore who gives you a service. You hire a guy inside who literally lives and works in there to make sure that you're protected at all times because it never stops. If you're a viable target with the information or money, and you have a large flow of money coming in and out, you're a target. I got bad news for you. You're on their radar already. They're just trying to figure it out.
You don't even have to have cash flow. All you have to do is have a social security number, right? If you've got, more than 500 credit, they don't need your money.
Right,
They'll
yeah.
take out a credit card in your name and they'll get that money, right? I mean, there's so many ways that these scammers, hackers, whatever you want to call them, can utilize your information for their financial gain. It's really insane.
Hard to litigate too, right? Hard to find these people, nail them down.
You got to prove it, right?
Yeah,
And so you got these VPNs that are bouncing
Everywhere.
IPs all over the world, and your best guess is Asia, India.
But unless you catch them in the act, logged in, doing it, it's almost impossible to prove it, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Oh, it's a wild world out there, Scott.
And you say I'm depressing.
I keep my money in tin cans. It's all in small gold coins.
Weird lawyers bring down the mood of the party. Weird.
I keep it all in dust, and I pay like the Old West. I just sprinkle out a little dust on your weight, and then I go, okay, well, that's a tenth of an ounce. I no longer owe you money.
Wait, you got gold dust on you?
And don't say that. God almighty, that's all I need. I need somebody with a gun out in the All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Bank is your 6 o'clock keyword, BANK. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. We'll get you heard it here first from Scott and get out of here on Monday.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
What's up, Central Florida? Fox 35, Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergen here. We're looking at a heat wave Wednesday to Friday of this week. Temperatures mid to high 90s, lots of sunshine. Then the weekend, tricky. We're watching a front that's going to come in next week, but I think it might hold off now for Saturday and Sunday. By the way, Friday evening, we'll watch for some storms just to our north. I think maybe like the Gainesville to Jacksonville area, so heads up if you're traveling north on Friday. But early next week, really good chance for some rain. Could be heavy across all of Central Florida.
This report is sponsored by MD Now Urgent Care. For over 15 years, Floridians have trusted the physician-led team at MD Now Urgent Care for high-quality health care. From injuries and illnesses to school and sports physicals, MD Now Urgent Care is here to get you back to better. Find a location near you at mdnow.com and use their convenient web check-in today.
Are your energy costs through the roof? Well, it's time to replace those single-pane aluminum windows with the most energy-efficient option available. Keep that heat outside during the summer and then inside during the winter. And if you got too much noise getting inside, guess what? Just replace those older windows and doors. Use a laminated insulated glass that can provide as much as 100% improvement. They want to keep that outside noise where it belongs. Of course, that's outside. And even better with these rebates, guys, $100 per window and $200 per door. These guys also have 24-month, no money down, no payment, no interest financing as well. For a complete free in-home consultation, just call FAS or visit them online at trusttheleaderfas.com.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
May is here, and that means Florida's intense summer is right around the corner. With new windows and doors from Renewal by Andersen, you can cut back on energy usage, boost your home's curb appeal, and increase your comfort. Renewal by Andersen makes that transition so easy for you thanks to a selection of beautiful, functional replacement windows and doors. And their windows and doors are built solid. That's because Renewal by Andersen's exclusive Fibrix product is chic, tough, easy to maintain, and twice as strong as vinyl. Renewal by Andersen specializes in energy-efficient, custom-built replacement windows and doors. So save money while beautifying your home with Renewal by Andersen. Now through the end of May, buy 2 windows and or patio doors and get the third 60% off. Plus 0 money down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 1 year. They're locally owned and operated, and everything is made in the USA. Go to rbafla.com for complete details. Some restrictions apply. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, license number CGC 1527613.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Introducing Tanzite Stone Tile Flooring, a game changer in the tile industry. Say goodbye to the trade-off between durability and easy installation with Tanzite's revolutionary indoor-outdoor stone tile. Visit Tanzite.com to see how our tile is installed without concrete or mortar. Instead, our innovative rubber gasket system connects the tiles together. Each tile coming pre-assembled, you simply grab one and place it. No expertise needed. At Tanzite.com, you can see how our foam back tiles contour to cover any existing floor while insulating against sound and cold. Beautiful and versatile. Tanzite tile adapts to indoor or outdoor use, from kitchens to patios, on concrete basements or wooden decks. All with the durability of stone that's guaranteed for life. Witness this innovative product yourself and order a sample today at Tanzite.com. That's TANZITE.com.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Do you think a tiny chip in your windshield is nothing to worry about? I'm Pascal with SafeLight. Sooner or later, every chip will crack. So don't wait. Schedule at safelight.com. We can come to you for free and repair that chip fast. And with most insurance, a chip repair is no cost to you. Don't let that tiny chip crack your whole windshield. Go to safelight.com for free mobile service. Conditions may apply.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Look ahead with the team at TK Law to plan your family's future. Visit onefirmforlife.com.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan. You're listening to the Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch at the Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Soul Man here. What about me as the consumer? I had an ENT appointment in Kissimmee. I live in Winter Garden. Drove the 30, 35 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever it is to get there. I get there and they're like, "Oh yeah, we didn't get this from your doctor, your general practice. We can't do the appointment today. You'll have to reschedule." When they could have called me that morning or let me know ahead of time to get a hold of them.
That's happened to me a number of times, dude. I'm going to be honest with you. That's happened with me, with medical professionals 3 times in the last year, and I've never been so mad in my life. And here's the thing. I live 48 minutes away from my dentist office. So when you drive into your dentist office, 48 minutes, and they tell you, the scheduling was wrong. Yeah, it gets irritating, because a lot of time. And now you're in town at 9:30 with a 48-minute drive back home so that you can drive back in.
Come on over and hang out.
Yeah, I should just do that. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Bank is your 6 o'clock keyword. You got a few minutes left to get over there and get that money. BANK. That'll do it for you. Welcome back. I'm Jim Scott Maxwell, and today Jack is here as well. And, of course, Ray Trinley always hangs around for our last segment. Good suit today, buddy, by the way.
Oh,
I appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. What else I had another question to ask you. I totally forgot what it was.
While you think about it, I'll let everyone know. We want to thank Scott for coming in today, but tomorrow we will have Sandra Ray from Johnny's House on XL 1067. She's going to be our celebrity co-host all day tomorrow.
Says she listens every day.
She should be much more entertaining.
Yeah.
No, Scott, you did a great job today.
That's very kind of you. But I think you've been drinking.
I'll talk to you later about it. It's fine.
Of course.
I'll talk to you later about it. It's fine. I'll give you a grade. It'll, it's one of those things you may want to work on.
Is it like a draft grade where you just give him a higher grade than he really deserves, or is it like a grade where you're in high school where they give you a lower grade?
He's feeling like a 5th rounder right now. I'm going to be honest with you.
Tom Brady was a 6.
Well,
We've heard.
I'm planning on riding this newspaper. Everything I hear is that industry is on the rise. So I'm going to try to stick with this.
It's so funny. You do work in we all work in very volatile industries. I mean, but the good thing about your industry is AI isn't going to take it.
Did you see we're suing?
Are you guys really?
Yeah, well, the Atlanta Sentinel is suing ChatGPT because, and actually, there are a lot of these lawsuits. I don't think they have much standing, but they because they're using copyrighted material
to create
teach
AI.
their AI how to work. And like that's one of the things that I actually think they got pretty solid legal say because they're taking something that is protected specifically for that right to generate their own profit making. And the New York Times has already sued and got their settlements being worked out.
Well, I mean, that's obviously already working in this industry for sure. But I'll tell you where else it just hit me is my son was telling me that when you do gaming now, right? That when you do stream gaming and people will usually kind of play some music behind, like a music they like or something behind their stream. Well, when you do the streaming thing, that's fine. But when your streaming ends and you post that on YouTube for people to come and watch or something, if it has that music in the background, they will pull your stream down.
Oh, yeah.
So all the streamers now, if you listen to even the most popular streamers, no music that has no ASCAP music at all, none of that protected music is there at all.
You learned that from your son.
Well, I learned that from streaming for my son.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned that from here.
Right. Same YouTube problem.
It's the same exact
we have
problem.
The same
we have.
YouTube problem.
And so people would realize here recently that we don't play the Rage Against the Machine thing anymore. We don't play popular music as rejoins anymore. And one of the reasons is this. We can do it if it's just this. Like if we were to just play the show. But the problem is we post this show as a podcast. The way that they look at it
Different licensing.
is you're reposting.
Right.
You're reposting a copy of a copyrighted song.
And so
people can download that and hear that song for free now.
Yeah.
So I did a column last year at some point in time that was basically, could ChatGPT take my job? And one of the questions I did was ask ChatGPT to write a piece, can you take my job? And one of the things ChatGPT said, no. I can't do it because one of the things I am not good at is synthesizing really recent information.
Right.
We can take old information. Well,
Sure.
that's why they're taking our stuff right now because they're like, hey, the one thing we can't do is synthesize what was produced last week into a report for next week. Well, now they're taking our work products so that they can do that.
Yeah. I think it's going to be pinched quite a bit, and the regulations are coming for sure. Let's do you heard it here first.
All right. Well,
it's time for You Heard It Here First on the Jim Colbert Show.
Professionals were patient.
Pretend
now.
like you've heard the show before, Scott.
All right, one piece of breaking news. After years of debate and controversy over the Pulse Memorial, we got news today that a memorial is going forward, but not in Orlando, where the devastating tragedy happened, rather in Kissimmee. That is because the Osceola County Commissioners voted Monday to build a sculpture at Brownie Wise Park in Kissimmee. Now, there is a connection. A number of victims at the Pulse tragedy were from Osceola, including the mother of 25-year-old Anthony Luis Lariana Disla. There will still be a memorial ultimately in Orlando, but that, as you know, has been a mess. One thing I have learned while writing about this, it's not unusual. It took them 10 years in Sandy Hook to open up that memorial because families were so torn.
Yeah, but I mean, families being torn is one thing. I mean, the money that's been buzzing around this Pulse thing and how it's disappeared, come and gone, nobody knows where it is. They're canceling investigations.
We got some investigations to go.
Oh, good. Good. I
No,
love
not
hearing
us.
that.
The state. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a mess.
All right, a quick note on Sunrail. I mentioned this at the beginning. It is the 10th anniversary of Sunrail.
It's
been around for 10 years. There are plans to expand it, and really there needs to be. It's a straight line that doesn't really hardly go anywhere. Originally, the complaints were people weren't using Sunrail. Now the complaints are it doesn't run on the evening. It doesn't run on the weekends. It doesn't go to the airport where I would want to go.
Yeah.
They are now talking about it taking to airport, taking to iDrive, taking to Disney World, Universal, and that would all be at the bargain basement price of about $4 billion to do that. And that is a lot of money. But let me also tell you this. Just redoing I-4 Ultimate was about $2 to $3 billion. So
I may have even been more than that, wasn't it? Because it ran grossly
That's
over
just
budget.
for the first segment.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So anyway, and the last thing I wanted to mention, what we mentioned at the top of the show, is the Boeing. It's a big night at the Space Coast. It's a big night for Boeing as the Boeing's first manned craft is supposed to take off at 10:30. Actually, it's a manned and womaned craft. Supposed to take off at 10:34.
It's humaned.
Just humaned.
It's A human
10:34 and ULA says the rocket has entered topping mode. I don't know what that means.
Topping it up. They're at Sunoco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
they're squeezing the pump like that last little bit to make sure.
More.
Well,
Get it to an even number.
Right.
Exactly right.
So 10:34, look east, look up. Boeing's been through a lot of trouble, as we mentioned recently, with their commercial aviation, their traditional aviation. This will be a big deal. They'll be docking with the space station, practicing that.
Check that. Yeah. So we'll see that tonight around 10:30 or so. Get yourself a good spot. Should have some good weather for it.
Look east.
Jack, who do we have to thank today?
We want to thank Brandon Kravitz for from 96.9 The Game, stopping by, dropping some sports on us. Kathy Griffin calling in. She's coming to town May 17th. Want to thank her for her time. Ray Trenley in studio today, as he is every Monday. Thank you so much, Ray. Looking dapper. And Scott Maxwell, Orlando Sentinel columnist. You know him as the Truth Dragon, Sweet Heat himself. All 4 hours on the Jim Colbert Show today. Scott, thank you very much for stepping in and filling the shoes of Deborah Roberts while she's out.
See how easy this is?
It was. And you didn't say anything about how nice I looked in my Bermuda shorts and deck shoes.
You look at guys about to go clamming.
First time I saw Scott today in the lobby, I go, oh, he's dressed for me.
You know, there was a time where I tried to impress you guys, and that is about 10 years in the rearview mirror.
It's like, who ordered Maldad? Jesus Christ. Who ordered a Maldad? Let's get the hell out of here. Big show coming up tomorrow. What'd you do that's new? Sandra in from our friends over at Johnny's house. Going to be a good time. Never worked with her before, but she's the greatest and apparently a big fan. So we really look forward to it.
And we'll have more tickets to see Orlando City take on Inter Miami and Messi.
And it's only money from our buddy Scott Brown as well. On behalf of Scott, Jack, and our buddy Ray Trenley, I am Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the Monsters of the Morning. After us, it's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Monday evening. See ya.
I don't think so.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center, lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry.